watches elderly and stuff. Yeah, I know he's got a lot of subs, man. I don't really get the whole begging for subs thing. I haven't seen that from him personally. I know we're doing a subathon, it's a big show and stuff, but I mean, I don't really see him begging like crazy, you know?
I don't know why I really watch it. So. On my dick while I was giving out, offering me $25,000 for each boss that I fought. Every time you came back in, let's not even bring it up. No, let's bring up the facts, gang.
Hold on. You guys see that? Right there. Dude, something's happening in this industry. There's something in the food. Video games we play. Something's happening to this eyeball. It's not just with Tim and Tapman anymore. I think it's spreading. You know? That's burning. Circle back later. Something's going on.
You didn't bring it up. No, let's bring it back. Sweet bitch. Nuggets me, because niggas talk shit and don't remember what the f they be doing. You was just on you was offering $50,000 to boss I fought, nigga. Wait, is it because of ass? Is it the Aiden method? Is that what I said? Is that what I said? Because I don't remember. It's been so long. Okay. Alright, you know I wasn't.
I can just tell by the smirk on XQC's face that I feel like he's not serious.
Gonna collect it. Okay, I was gonna collect it. If you're gonna grab some money, first before you grab the money, you gotta pay out the $100K you owe me for that one bet that you didn't fulfill. If you wanna bring out some money to this, dollar signs, hey, I'm gonna send you a wired information. I want $100,000 USD wired to my bank when we talk about any of this shit. I never collected. I never said ever collect shit. I never talked shit.
So maybe that's where this.
And he remembers. We locked in that bet for $100K, right? And I was joking about, oh no.
Let me tell you something, Chad. All right, if you're a fan, hey, you're tuned in to me. Dad taught me this a long time ago. All right, friendships between dudes are lit. They fall to the wayside usually because of cash, girls. The last one. There's 3. But the first 2 are for damn sure. Looks like this might be what's going on. I don't know.
I'm gonna pull out of this bet, whatever, right? And then he was winning. He said, no. You cannot pull out of your bet. You gotta let it go. Refund. Okay, whatever. We'll let it ride it. At the last minute, 21 Savage pulls the biggest comeback in the history of mankind.
Greetings.
And didn't lose.
May
And I
the
never heard ever anything about it. And it trained either. How they give a train? How they give for me? $1,000 USD. And we never collected.
That spell is ready yet.
Dude, but you just end up saying random shit. I've seen you do for multiple people. You too flip-floppy, and I don't know what's up. What's for what though, gang? And don't try to watch flex and shit with me.
Bot Rix has correctly joined the channel.
But I really agree with that.
When mounted on the back of a Wind Rider, one sees that its reputation for strength and speed is well earned.
Just in a second, it's completely different. I'm not even that close with him for him to be flip-flopping on me and feel good about that. So I understand where Kyle's coming from. However, if he does owe $200K,
do that with me. So don't try to. Hold on. I'm very humble, eh? No, we'll address the actual stuff. That was the sidetrack. I can't defend myself.
Who do you think has more money?
Not even like some. This guy.
This is crazy. It's cool with drama stuff.
We call it no content. Me and everybody else say you have no content. You're streaming dog shit. You're a panhandler, homeless dump. It's just the way we do. Like it's not like some hit at anybody. It's not serious like that. I don't know why it's like this massive thing now. I don't get it. Oh no.
Also, SQC's basically saying that he was kidding, and Kai's taking it to heart. Okay.
Oh no. Brother, you do not. Brother,
Gary, is this real or not? I can't tell. Like they're kidding.
Did not want to go back to the bed. We're not going.
SQC's really. He's too
You can't do that with me. So don't try to do some. No. I'll sit on my whole off.
Fresh Sprite.
Very humble, man.
Fresh Sprite, man.
We need to do that, man. It's like, bro, I'm
Couldn't resist, could you?
I got keys and entire net worth of one USB stick and some stick in the deposit box somewhere. Okay, buddy? We're not gonna
Charging.
chill, but it's like, damn, it's like every time a nigga just wanna push. Guys, I only got ability for so guys. I got nothing to do. When the going gets weird and people say dumb shit, okay? Because I poke fun at everybody. I'm shooting at everybody because the streaming experience is not that serious. Okay? I hate when everybody is so serious about this. Brother, we're like in a circus monkeys on a stage doing circles.
As
Okay?
the wind on the
And
plains,
doing the
you are
dumbest
always
shit.
welcome.
None of us is like super cool or like gangsta or whatever anybody tries to. Like, I hate when everybody take it so seriously. Like, it is what it is. It's not
Go.
like that. You know?
He's got a real point, man. When you turn off the recording button or the live button or whatever it is, man, you're just chilling. I mean, it's really not that serious. It's fact.
I advise everybody, and I think when it comes out like personal or whatever, there's more to say about me than to say about anybody. So it's not like that.
True.
And then they can say me, space bar, Andy, Tampa, no content, nothing from. This. And act tough. You can't think of jokes. I don't know what's happening now. I'm not getting it would be way back, but you just like comment and you say, no, it's not real, it's not whatever. And it's like comments. Here's the deal. 3% phase. Some of them want him, but it's just a thing that like, bro, it's not like an actual hit. It's not like I was like in full kind of guys. This guy is that. It's not how I do things. It's not. If we ever take things seriously like that, and fire shot anybody, I don't do that.
You guys ever seen the meat cannon? You guys ever seen the meat cannon video? After I watched that, bro, I just can never look at this guy the same.
What the fuck?
It's crazy, you know. It's kind of insane, you know. When they do this, you know.
What the fuck?
It's insane, you know. Like it's absolutely wild.
I can't cast that yet.
You won't even notice it being gone. How much he already has. Grab the treasure and let's get out of here! Come on, let's go!
This is actually crazy.
I mean, it's crazy to me, like, not that I need the tricks.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
People miss the streets, like, you know what I mean, chat, like, it's crazy, chat, like, I have a fuse now, you know, like, it's with these things where it's mine now, chat, like, now that I need the chat.
That spell's ready yet. Charging.
What the fuck?
That's bullshit. He's not
I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging.
like, say, oh, dude, the lab merchant. You're a celebrity merchant. One time a week. Okay, I says, hey, yo, no content, game at home. You can't give a schedule. That's Randy. Okay, cool. it's not. It just bounces back and forth because my confidence is a brick wall. You insult me, and here's what I do: insult it because there's truth to it. It's funny, and it's funny, and I don't feel attacked. It's why I like.
It's a giant Breathorn.
Also, it's hard to criticize and joke about like collab merchants without every collab merchant being upset. It's not acting to do something more. It's onto the product. It's onto the product. Shit. It doesn't hit. Like it's not a hit at me if you say that. It's even a bigger hit at me if you say that I don't do it, or I can't do it good. And then I got no motion to get him.
I think I ruined the other one. You can't even hear what he's saying anymore.
But maybe it sucks when I do him. This is gonna make him talk about you flip-flopping. But I mean, that's not my move. So that's not. I get it. It's not. It's upsetting. You said flopping it. You can make it seem and look like that. But
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
I can't ask that yet.
I'm saying that you understand what I'm saying.
This is how I operate, okay? I think let's talk about it.
I like it. You need to make a cartoon about Castanet, because this motherfucker's the same boat, the way he be talking.
Only multiple times he get talked about, and that's it. That's how I always move. That's how I always will be.
Okay.
Why don't y'all understand it? And niggas get mad when I say shit. Can we? Two and two together. I always been like this, nigga. Forever. They get mad when I say shit, nigga. A nigga talk about me multiple times. You get talked about one time. And I move. Like, bro, I hate niggas, bro. I be minding my business, bro. When niggas get mad, that shit is unfortunate. Niggas be feeling bad.
You sound uneducated when you see nigga every 2 seconds.
Say the N word on YouTube, because if you're not, I don't know if we can even upload. How do we?
As soon as I talk, you talking to me multiple times. Talk about A and B. Come on, bro. Last game. Niggas should know this. With me.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
Somebody has made a 40-minute video about me. How about that? 40 minutes. The Asmongold rabbit hole. Let's get it.
Something that's always chewing away in the back of my head, nibbling away, gnawing away like a worm in Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s brain, is the fact that possibly one of the largest streamers on any platform has one of the craziest pasts and potentially the poorest health a human being can imagine. I'm not talking about Dr. Disrespect. I'm not talking about XQC, not just fucking airsoft fatty. Okay, we're not talking about any of these guys. Nope. Today, we're talking about Asmongold, hero of today's story. AKA, we're doing a deep dive into the of Asmongold, a man of mythical status, of legend in my own mind. I'm a fan. I don't like the politics shit. I don't like any of the politics stuff. That's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about the man, the myth, the legend, Asmongold.
Yeah, so LeBron, wow, apparently. And looks like I might have shit himself over that. And it's like, think about the game, the narrative that creates, right?
And exactly what makes him so mythical. But people are always talking. A lot of people hate this man.
They sure
you
do.
Yourself probably
I
have
can't
seen it,
cast
but you
that
have an
yet.
opinion already.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think most of the people have an opinion.
Seen him in his coverage of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. He made like 3,000 videos. Actually, I think it was close to 87, which is a lot.
This one, Your Honor, Ms. Heard's counsel is asking to move into evidence and publish.
I bet they are.
Defendant's exhibit.
This was crazy. Objection. All right, cut the tape, guys. Cut the tape. This is John Woe. Yep. Yeah, we milked the shit out of this. Did I win yet, guys?
The dude's been pretty mad relevant for a while now.
Yep.
He just loves posting so many videos.
Look at how many videos there are. Just 1 day ago, 1 day ago, 2 days 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 ago, 3 days ago, 3 days. Bro, like, There's a lot of fucking videos. Yep.
Stream clips where he's
And keep in mind, this is only one channel.
Let's get this party started.
yapping.
I do.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Joke. A guy that's gay, you are gay. It doesn't make you gay. You are gay. That's not true. You're gay. So if somebody says something funny and you say that's funny, now you're gay. But you find out later that they're gay, you're gay. You didn't just become gay.
If there was a Hollywood Walk of Fame for Twitch streamers, Asmongold would be one of the first to receive his monument. Also, because he's been doing this for a long time. By the way, he has legitimately posted 80.
Yep, I've been streaming since 2016. That's right. Making videos.
I can't pass that yet.
7 videos in regard to the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, which is
I need a target.
very awesome.
we
Or at least that's
fucking
going to be a playlist that claims to be complete. Streamers
It's
in
not.
general blow my mind, but it blows my mind specifically that this guy has committed so much time and energy towards reacting to a trial in which 2 people detail some of the worst moments of their life.
It was funny. And people loved watching it. Oh, there were so many viewers. Look, we got 400,000 viewers every day watching this shit. Of course I fucking watch it. Absolutely. Yes. Above making content out of people's trauma? No, that's the whole reason I'm here. What do you expect?
And I looked at it on stream. I made a couple videos about it. Like 87 videos. That's like 30 hours of video. That's crazy. That's way more than 3 hours.
Just highlights. Yep.
You get about 80 hours of footage of him talking about Amber Heard Johnny Depp. That's legendary.
Asking you, sir, is you
This guy.
with the ethical requirement
Did you comply?
APS when
Sir? Oh my god.
rendered today. It is
This is the execute.
it's a requirement of the APA. It's not the
Yeah.
requirement of the APA.
Oh
That's
god.
the first domino for the big legend. 2 whole work weeks of just.
Yeah, that's what I did. 100%.
Know whether the
And I do it again. And I'm sure something stupid like this will happen, and I will take advantage of that also.
records, medical records,
Oh, that's right.
EMT were produced and discovered.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for
Oh
separation.
I'm asking you to
010 it was. And this is from the
That's
channel.
what we gotta sound like, dude. Reaction channels, commentary channels. That's
Yeah.
just after a while, you would. Shut up! Say whatever my TV's yapping at me. Yeah, dude. 80 hours, 3 full days. No eat, no piss, no fart, no make sweet love. 3 days just talking about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Either way, it doesn't matter. Something else cool about it is the fact that very few of these videos have under 500,000 views, which means he could have made millions of dollars off all these videos. The guy
I got over a quarter of
I
a
don't have a
million
target.
views that month on YouTube. Not a quarter of a million, a quarter of a billion.
It's still recharging.
Yeah.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Crazy.
is a legend and he spent none of it. And he spent none of the money, especially not on cleaning stuff or anything that.
To be fair, this is before I got any money. Like, this is in like 2010.
No money. Yeah, we're doing that. I'm in a garage. I like watching the ants come in. I like watching the ants.
Oh, but now when I do it, it's a problem. So the ants are fine, but the roaches aren't? Who decided that? That sounds like bullshit to me. To be fair, I did have ants too, though.
Everything's all down there. I'm like kind of like my own personal little Asmongold.
Yeah.
It's still
Garage.
recharging.
There's no ants in my house. I gotta say, this whole ant bug thing, I'm bringing this up real early because this shit is mind-blowing.
I don't
If you
have
don't know
a
anything about Asmongold, you're in for quite a wild ride. Do you guys remember that clip in TLC with 1,000 Pound Sister really put the behind Amy Slate while she was talking about how dirty her house was and how sad it made her never to climb up the wall? Remember that?
In the past, on my YouTube channel, a cockroach was in my video, and the
the fans, the haters,
It's too
saying
far
that
away.
people were hating on it so much.
Charging.
And I'm trying to
I need a target.
videos and stuff, and then y'all see them, and it's just hard.
So she crying about a cockroach? You crying about people making fun of you for a motherfucking cockroach? Damn, your offense is fucked
Ready
up,
yet?
huh? It's not a big deal, man. It's really not.
Plasma Golden. In real life, not added in because
WoW Muffin is a cozy fantasy MMORPG with a focus on idle gameplay designed specifically for mobile players. This is the perfect game to play when you're on the move, while you're at work, between meetings, working out, or even on the toilet. You'll navigate a fantasy world filled with enemies, level your character, your pets, your abilities, and your weapons. You'll engage in dungeons, allowing 4 or 6 players to cooperatively engage 2 bosses. It was an overwhelming success within Taiwan, mainland China, and Korea, making it into the top 3 in revenue. Thus, when the devs reached out to me to take a sponsor look at this game, I figured, you know what? Why not? This is an MMO, and I can record footage while doing other activities, making it the perfect side game. With this in mind, if GoGo Muffin looks like a game that you might be interested in playing, I urge you to take a moment here, scroll down into the description and the pinned comment below, and click the link released on December 3rd with the registration quickly open. I also have some codes you'll find down below or on the side of the screen that'll let you some sweet goodies. You begin the game being able to select your class. The Sword Bearer, the Wayfarer, the Scholar, the Shadow Slash, and the Acolyte as options. After selecting your class, you'll customize your character. Each class has different customization options, after which you'll be greeted by a small introduction to the game, explaining game mechanics. GoGo Muffin, and this is real life. Is Asmund or Zachariah. However you want to refer to the man, he hasn't always been a React streamer. He hasn't always been the man who he is now and what he's become in recent years. In fact, as of the writing of this video, he's reacting to his subreddit that over 25,000 people right now. How about that? If I die in Elden Ring, it's the game's fault, it's my mouse's fault, it's the computer's fault, it's chat's fault for distracting me, and there are a number of other faults that it is, except for mine. So yes, obviously it's not my fault. 25,000, that's a lot. How do you get this large-ass audience? Oh, World of Warcraft. Never heard of it? Wow. What's up, y'all? It's me, it's your boy, Asmund.
Ooh, the 6.2 Arms Warrior. I remember this.
Before he was a streamer, he made World of
Charges. Sitting, and by the way, this is from 2013. I am sitting in the exact same place that I was then. Ain't shit changed.
I'm out of range.
Channel uploading his first video in November of 2013, 2 years after my first video, so take the L as
I said, okay, alright, I had a YouTube channel in 2008, I had it before you did, if you had it in 2011 or whatever the fuck, nah, bro, like, I had it in 2000, I was in high school, I had a YouTube channel, bro, like, what do you mean? This is my second channel, I prestiged.
You gotta start from the bottom to get to the top.
My first video was how to mod
13. Only 13 years ago.
Yours is way worse than mine.
Alright, guys, I'm going to show you how to mod board.
Yeah, it was only 13 years ago, guys. Come on.
Easy, a lot easier than mod New Vegas, I think. A lot safer. Have a better chance of playing it, so.
After posting a lot of WoW content, including bangers like my rant about learning real-world skills from playing World of Warcraft, in which he says that if he was an employer and his guild acted in person like they do in-game, there's no way he'd hire them.
If I was an let me ask you guys the simple question. Would you hire somebody in your classic WoW raiding guild?
Don't have one.
And I do.
Absolutely not.
People that I raid with, and the people that I raid with now actually act when things don't go their way.
Yep.
There would be no fucking way I would want that person in my guild, or someone in my guild, and working for me.
Yeah.
There's no way at all.
So yeah, That's pretty cool. There's also another video titled Elliot Rogers Played WoW.
He did.
If you guys don't know who Elliot Rogers is, he's a murderer.
He was a supreme gentleman. That's what he called himself. And he was an incel murderer. He went out and killed a bunch of people. And in his manifesto, he quoted none other than Garrosh Hellscream. In his manifesto of why killing women is what he needs to do.
Who had a YouTube channel, and yeah,
That's right.
Content about him. I don't even know if you're allowed to put like pictures on YouTube anymore. I'm not sure. He's yeah, bad, pretty bad stuff. Between November 5th, 2013 and July 5th, 2014, Asmongold uploaded 198 videos about World War.
Yeah.
That's a lot. For his 199th video, he uploaded a video titled Streaming, in which he announced that he was going to begin streaming.
I'm going to start streaming.
He also talked about Raccoon.
Yeah, I did that because I was like, this could be fun. And then people gave me a lot of money, and then I was like, I guess I'll do it again. And here we are.
Is in his house, which is a small piece of a much larger puzzle we will talk about shortly.
Last night I did, let's see, what did I do? Oh, I did ICC. Yeah. I talked about raccoons in my house. Yeah, they were getting in all the time. I got them out of my house. And I think I did one other thing, and I don't even remember what that was.
Maybe that was his 199th upload, by the way. I'm not sure the significance of that.
Yeah.
Assuming no videos are deleted or anything along those lines, which I'm assuming is probably not. Elliot Rogers' video is still there. You think we had deleted something else? Anyway.
Dude, someone keeps killing this motherfucker. Where is he? No. Oh, I'm retarded. Fuck, man. I feel like I have to take a shit. Oh my god. That's bad. What fucking layer is this?
I need a target. I don't have a target.
There's my motherfucker.
It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. I need a target. It's too far away. That spell isn't ready yet. I don't have a target. I need a target.
Holy fuck, we gotta take a shit so bad. How do I leave a channel?
I don't have a
Oh.
It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. I need a target. I don't have a target. It's not ready yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. I need to get closer.
Let's get this party started.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. I'm out of range. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I need a target.
Oh my god.
With QuickBooks, Solar
I
Promoter
can't
keep
cast
your
that
finances
yet.
organized year-round.
I don't
Move
have a
from
target.
books to taxes seamlessly. With visibility into potential deductions, so your one-person business is always ready for tax time. Sign up for QuickBooks Solopreneur.
It's still recharging. I need a target. It's too far away. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. I don't have a target. I need a target. It's still recharging. I don't have a target. I'm out of range. That spell isn't ready yet. I need a target. spell isn't ready yet. I need a target. It's too far away. I can't cast that yet. I don't have a target. I'm out of range. I'm still recharging. I need a target. It's too far away. I don't have a target. I need to get closer. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I'm out of range. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I need to get closer. I'm still recharging. I need a target. It's too far away. I can't cast that yet. I don't have a target. I need to get closer. That spell isn't ready yet. I need a target. I'm out of range. I'm still recharging. I don't have a target. That spell isn't ready yet. I need a target. It's too far away. I'm still recharging. I don't have a target. spell isn't ready yet. I need a target. I don't have a target. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I need a target. It's too far away. It's still recharging. I don't have a target.
Boom. the fuck? I don't remember this being here. This is... What? Oh, I'm retarded. I'm not in the right tree. I'm about to lose my shit. I bet you never win them.
Lots to do, lots to do. The Union's given us deadlines, and they're not the sort you want to miss. Physics, eh? Can't say I trust him, but this information seems good enough. What I wouldn't give to have the venture company out of my hair. They do come up with some good machines, though. I can't deny that we've benefited from using some of the improvements they've devised. The matter of this gnome that has been hired by the venture company has caused a bit of a stir in Undermine. The trade princes do not approve of Razdunk's consorting with this Gerenzo. Riddlevox has asked me to take care of the problem, and I'm sure he was instructed to do so by one or more of the trade princes. Of course, the director didn't tell me that. Let's just say I have a hunch. Whatever the case, Gerenzo must be removed, and it would be a fitting test to have physics take care of him. You got them! Thank you! I'll have these sent to Dizzywig and get them shipped to Booty Bay. I can already taste the profits. Here's your cut, adventurer. I couldn't have made this deal without you.
Good stuff, man.
Be seen.
Oh, sold. Oh, it is. Yeah.
I came to the crossroads from the south seeking help, adventurer. But I find only cowards who turn their backs on me. Even the mighty Thork insults me so. He is a good leader, but his dismissal of my plea causes me greater anger. He claims my rage makes me hasty, that it clouds my judgment, but I will not rest until I have vengeance.
Adventurer, you take my task seriously, and for that I thank you. Although my desire for revenge remains, I can at least smile seeing that the Quillboars have felt pain themselves.
I have rendered the spores you gave me into an emulsion. I must now send it to my associate, Apothecary Zama. If you were to carry this to her, she can offer you something from our stores of alchemical goods. She is in the Pools of Vision, a cave beneath the shamans of Thunder Bluff. The path to this cave is well hidden, but you may find it on the Spirit Rise Bluff. Do hurry. This emulsion will maintain its potency for only a short time, and must be resealed and processed before then.
Although we call this land the Barrens, to one who knows where to look, this place teems with life. This fang is merely a token, but what it represents is profound. Ishamuhali's strength is in you, adventurer. May you use it with temperance. That is your burden. That is your honor. Now, adventurer, you must face the great thunder lizards. So large are the beasts, the ground rumbles as they stomp across the plains. Take care as you fight them, for one false step, and you may find yourself beneath their feet. You will find the thunder lizards in the southern barrens. They are known as storm snouts, storm hides, and thunderheads. Return to me after you have bested them. Lakotamani is called Earthshaker in our language, and his steps are like gathered thunder. He is with you now.
Corruption, drain mana.
Together there is no conflict.
Against demons.
Walk tall, adventurer. Walk tall, Earthshaker. Your strength impresses me, adventurer. Your willingness to embrace the hunt gives me confidence that you could move on to bigger game and bigger challenges. The forests of Ashenvale represent a vast, untamed wild that the Horde seeks to impose its own will upon, both politically and spiritually. If you seek to prove yourself in an unproven land, seek the guidance of Sanani Thunderheart in Splinter Tree Post. The outpost is due north of the path leading from the Barrens.
Charging. That spear isn't ready yet. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I'm out of range. I can't cast that yet. I need a target.
It is good to see you return with proof of victory, and it is good to know you have done so with your bones unbroken. Goodbye.
I know. I'm on time close.
Well met. Farewell. Hail. Walk with the earth. Though the crossroads seems to be the center of activity in the Barrens, I prefer the quietude of Camp Tarajo. Where shall I send you?
Sit for a little bit.
As the wind on the plains, you are always welcome here.
Hail.
How may I aid you? Be heard.
Yeah, I'm debating for my alt to either be, now that the more I think about it, I'm debating it. It's either going to be Hunter or Druid. I don't know yet. Might go Druid.
What? Ah, the spores from the barons at Hellbring was gathering. He garnered your aid in delivering them. Good. And the emulsion is still potent, so you must have wasted no time in the delivery. Well done, adventurer. Looking for something special?
I'm gonna sell those on the auction house.
When mounted on the back of a wind rider, one sees that its reputation for strength and speed is well earned.
And I choose
My
Overlord?
wind riders are trained to fly quickly through the hot Baron's air.
Almost forgot why I came here.
Don't touch what you can't afford.
I want to play Lawbreakers so bad. Such a good game. I kind of want to play a shooter. I might fucking hop on Overwatch.
You know enough to be dangerous, but you still look like you need training to be adventurer. Go forth to victory.
Ooh, I have Kilrog. We definitely need that on the bars.
Want to make your demons more powerful? It'll cost you, but you've come to the right place. For the Horde! Want to make your demons more powerful? It'll cost you, but you've come to the right place. Strength!
Never going back.
Want to make your demons more powerful? It'll cost you, but you've come to the right place. Farewell. You haven't lived until you've looked down on the world from the back of a Wind Rider. For the Horde!
Let's see what upgrades we can get before we move on. I don't even know what I'm wearing. What am I wearing? Ah, Hands of Darkness. We can get that right now. Let's see how much it goes for. It better not go for a lot. It probably will, though. One gold. Boots of Darkness? I didn't even know those existed. Nope. Just the Hands of Darkness, that's fine.
I adjusted.
You haven't lived until you've looked down on the world from the back of a Wind Rider.
So nothing significant.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Winston Hazard? What the fuck is Hazard? Tracer, Widowmaker? Oh, gross. Juno? Carissa, Reinhardt, Junker Queen, Zarya. Sojourn, Echo, Ash. Anna, Kiriko, Baptiste.
Season 14 tier list. This one I waited a week for, and I also watched a little bit of pro play, as you can see from Avril's stream on the Korean Soup Cup, which happened over the weekend. Please, this tier list is for pro play and high ranked. Starting off with Hazard, I mean, this is the one that everyone came here for. Going in S tier, I mean, should be pretty obvious, but as you can see, like, pretty much every single opportunity that the Koreans got to play Hazard when he wasn't banned, he was still played. In terms of what Hazard's really good at, he's got very high kill potential with the one-shot combo. The shoot/shoot melee combo is like really strong. He's got a great ability to hold space, more than what Doomfist can, which again is something that Coffee and Capitology brought up in my calls with them, is the Hazard Doomfist comparison. And he's got a pretty decent ultimate all in all, and his wall is actually really good. Who would have thought, you know, like, because on like New Junk City, on Suravasa, on those like short range maps, you can really use it like a May wall. But even on like Junkertown, as Capitology sort of alluded to, you can use your wool like a Winston bubble effectively, to absorb cooldowns and whatnot, and to allow you to rotate, which I think is pretty cool. Like Hazard is like firmly in S tier. I don't put many heroes in S tier, but he's pretty certainly in there. Diva's going in A tier. The issue with Diva is in pro play, no one really plays her, but if you check the leaderboards on Season 13, like pretty much all the high rank players play Diva. But yeah, she still struggles in flat maps against characters like Ramatra, Ryan, the typical brawl characters. Hazard as well to some extent too. One thing I will say that's quite nice is that she can eat the Hazard wall thing, which is again pretty useful considering how important that is to Hazard's cycle. But yeah, Doomfist is up next, and he's going in C tier. Now, I was initially going to put him in B- tier, because like his punch is still really good. I just think that Hazard does what Doomfist does, but better. And more easier to do as well. Like for Doomfist, you need to like move like 5 different planets to get your empowered punch and then get value out of that. Whereas with Hazard, like it's really stock all built into his kit with the one-shot potentials. And again, we've seen that on pro play as well. And not to mention as well, he sucks against the top 3 best tanks at the moment, being Hazard obviously, Malga, and Queen. Like Doom is not good into any of those characters. Next up, speaking of Queen, she's going in A+ tier. Probably the 2nd best tank at the moment. If I look at the Korean Sukup, I believe people do play Queen whenever there we go. Whenever Hazard is being banned, people do actually default to the Queen. Like if you watch my buffs video, she's got some 8 micro buffs in the last like year and a half. So she's incredibly powerful at the moment. So yeah, that's pretty much all I need to say about Queen, I think. Yeah, Malga's going in A tier. And again, if you look at this Dawson tweet, he says that the bottom 3 tanks are Malga, Hog, and Orisa, even in Masters. So this guy should theoretically be in C tier. But the reason why I'm putting him in A tier here is because A, people don't know how to play the character. They just don't know how to play Malga. They're really bad at the character. And hell, you know, if you want to get better at Malga, you know, check out the Malga guide that I'll put on screen in the edit. And also, this is the second reason, he is actually being played in high level. Like he is actually being played by Koreans when, you know, people know how to play the character. And the reason why he's being played is because the Stomp is really good against Hazard's block. And in this sort of level, if you land the Stomp against Hazard's block, you will probably kill the Hazard, if not get a massive CD trade or force out like a big ultimate, like Beat or Rally or Orbital Ray or something like that. So that's why he's going in A tier at the moment. Next up is Orisa. So again, from that Dawson tweet, you could even see again, says that Orisa's in bottom 3 tanks, even in Masters Plus. And unlike Malga, Orisa's not getting played in pro play. Like, Orisa is still really bad. Well, I say really bad, she's just not as efficient as the tanks above her. We saw Orisa be meta in Stage 4, and then in Stockholm, she fell off the face of the planet. And, you know, that's based off of, like, no patch changes. She was still really good in Stage 4, and then just no one played her. The reason being is because characters like Malga, and even Hazard now as well, are able to actually jump the Orisa's backline, and there's not really much the Orisa can do. She can javelin you, but that's about it, really, to be honest. And that's why I think people like SSG ran the Malga initially, and then started to beat Orisa teams, and then they were starting to lose against, you know, the Malga mirrors. So that's why Orisa's not great at the moment. She just can't deal with backline pressure. She can't peel like a diva can. So that's why she's in B-. Okay, next up is Ramotra. I put him in B tier. I was actually pretty unsure about this one because, again, we just haven't seen much data on Ramotra this season. I mean, I haven't really got much to say about Ramotra that I haven't said in the past. He struggles against high CC comps talked about as well. He's also got no burst damage compared to, again, the tanks higher up. Like, Malga's got burst damage with the Stomp, burst damage with micro missiles, burst damage with Carnage and Knife, burst damage with his one-shot combo. Ramotra's got none of that, and I think that's actually fairly important to note. Reinhardt is going B+. I haven't got much to say about him. His shield's still really strong against Arna Brig comps, and something that I should have mentioned against Hazard as well is that Hazard really struggles against Arna Brig. Ryan's really good into Arna Brig. I will also say shield is still super strong. I think 1500 HP barrier, still really good at absorbing damage, even against poke comps. So yeah, I think he's got like the strengths or the versatility of Ramotra, but a little bit more in terms of his shield HP and also his brawling capability as well. Roadhog going in D tier, dog shit. I don't need to talk about him that much. He just sucks, man. Like you look at these tanks that are way above him, right? And like especially these 4 right here, and they've all got good matchups into Hog. You know, like why play him? Sigma. He's going in B tier, still really good on Soccer Royale, Junkertown, those maps like that. The biggest issue with Sigma is that he's still way too squishy. Sigma is not great, or he's very hard to play against like flanker type heroes like Genji, like Tracer. But I think when we are seeing more hit scans come into the field, he's really good at marking those heroes. Next up is Winston. Winston was hard to place for me because he's like S tier on like vertical maps, right? Like on you look at your Gibraltars, and he's like really good there. But the issue with Winston is, again, on flat maps against Hazard, on maps like Survasa, why play Winston? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. I do think he is playable. I put my script. I think he's playable into Hazard if you're running an Arna Brig backline. But yeah, I think on flat maps he tends to struggle quite a decent amount. Not massively, like he's still very, very, very playable on those flat maps. But yeah, I think, you know, balancing it out like B tier and S tier, like B tier on like flat maps, S tier on vertical maps, I think it's A tier overall. Next up is Bull. Bull's going in B+. He suffers from the same issues that a character like Symmetra has, where people just just don't, and Malga as well, mind you, where people just don't know how to play ball. So they're gonna toss ball and like CT, you know? But I think the fact that you see people like Jumbin actually play ball quite well on maps like New Queen Street as well, of course, even Blizzard World as well. Blizzard World's a pretty good map for ball. I think that shows that his skill ceiling's pretty high and his value ceiling's pretty high as well. The biggest issue I have with ball is that against big sustained comps like the Juno Brick we've been seeing, and Malga to some extent as well, and Queen as well, like it's hard to get value on ball because not just of the boops, but the sustain is like too much to shoot through a lot of the time. And he's also not dependent as well. So that's why he's going in B+ tier. Next up is Zarya. She's going in B-. I'm actually shocked she's not in like the bottom 3 tanks in terms of playtime. But again, considering she's more intuitive to play compared to someone like Malga, that kind of makes sense to me. We did see Toronto Defiant pull out the Zarya against NRG Shock, and the reason for that, I think Capitology made a really good video about it. But the reason for that was because in the slow fight, like it's really easy to get Zarya to high charge and just melt the Queen, and you can't really burst down the Queen if you're running Queen, you know. So that's why Zarya or Toronto played Zarya into the Queen there. And of course, the same talking points about Zarya being easy to run over, especially if you're running like Ryan or Ramatra and May as well, and she still sucks on vertical maps. So there you go. The thing with Ashe is that she used to be S tier like 2 months ago. Like in stage 4, she was definitively S tier, and I still think she's good. Like I still think she's like in B+, you know. I put A tier in my script actually, but I think the rise of Sojourn and the fact that Hazard can really easily one-shot an Ashe because of her big head hitbox, as well as the fact that she's got reduced move speed when she's scoped in, I think that plays part of the reason into like why teams aren't playing Ashe at the moment. Sojourn's still got pretty decent sustained pressure compared to someone like Ashe. With that being said, you still can play Ashe if you want to. Next up is Bastion. Okay, I put C tier in my script, right? But if you look at leaderboards, if you look at ranked leaderboards, there are Bastion OTPs in like top 20, you know? Like, this guy is actually genuinely not as bad as people think. But the reason why you don't see Bastion that much in pro play is he's super easy to run over in turret form, and when teams are able to kite his turret form really easily as well, like, that's his biggest boon, you know? Like, if you're able to kite his turret form easily, or just run through it with something like a cardiac overdrive, he's not going to get much value, you know? And not to mention as well, people like Sojourn also farm rails with him 24/7. Okay, next up is Cassidy. I think Cassidy is worse. Yeah, I think Cassidy's in B tier. Again, in my script I put him B+, but I think he's worse than Ashe, but I think he's better than Bastion. He does serve a purpose in terms of being a good anti-dive option, as he always has. I just think that dive, you know, obviously isn't meta at the moment, and he's not going to get as much value compared to someone like an Ashe, compared to someone like a Sojourn in that long, prolonged fight. Next up is Echo. I'm struggling between A+ and A tier. I'm going to put her in A+ for now. I might move her down. But she is really strong. Her ultimate is a great consistent way of getting value, especially in those Malga Reaper mirrors, as we've been seeing. And again, in Korea, I believe they were playing Echo right over here. Maybe partially because Sojourn got banned, so that plays a part into it as well. But I think that still shows that she's like the 2nd, 3rd, 4th best DPS at the moment. We'll get on to better DPS in my opinion. But yeah, I think Echo's a firm A+ tier, maybe even A tier, but yeah, she's still really good. Speaking of really good DPS, next up is Genji. He's going S tier. I don't think it changes that much from my last tier list because I also put Genji in S tier in that one, I believe. But the fact that he's got deflect that allows him to hold space really well, like no other DPS can. He's still got great burst damage, so you can still engage with the character. He pairs well with pretty much every tank on this list. He's got a good ultimate, so like an actual decent one that pairs well with like Orbital Ray. Like, there's so many benefits to playing Genji, and he's just he's so good on so many different maps. Like, he's easily S tier, in my opinion. Hanzo's going C tier. The difference between him and Bastion is literally just that I haven't seen top 20, top 50 players on Hanzo, you know? And I think that's for a variety of different reasons. I think that's partially because Sojourn is just the better Hanzo in terms of, like, you know, better mobility, more sustain, better ultimates, better one-shot in quotation marks, but just more consistent damage. And also, Hanzo's really squishy. Okay, Junkrat going in B-. I'm gonna be very quick with this one, saying literally the exact same reasoning as Bastion. There are really good Junkrat players like Gurkmeister who show that he's got a very high skill ceiling, and also a very high value ceiling as well. So that's why he's going in B- tier. The same qualms the Junkrat that I've had in the past still persist, like, for example, maps can be a big variance to how often he can be played, and he can somewhat be counter-swapped against, but yeah, I think people like Kaya, Gurkmeister, they show that he's really good. Mace going in B+, and we're very quick with this one. Icicles aren't as consistent as damage from Sojourn or Ashe, who's in the same place as Mei. Wool is map dependent, and if you're playing Mei, you're losing map control to characters like Genji, to characters like Reaper, and as well, to mention, her consistent value over a long period of time isn't as good as someone like an Echo, isn't as good as someone like a Genji, isn't as good as someone like a Reaper. That's also part of the reason why she's in B+. Still very good, because Walls is really strong, and Icicles are really strong as well, but yeah, not as good as she was last season. Farah's going A tier. I consider putting her in A+, but I don't think we've seen as much pro play as I would like to see. I think the best team that I've played Farah is Twisted Minds, and I don't think in Korea we've seen that much Farah. I might be wrong on that. It might depend on bans, but I really don't think we've seen Farah all that much. Okay, that's just him playing ranked. Yeah, okay, we just haven't seen Farah that much. I even think Reaper is not terrible into Farah, because you can play spaces where Farah can't directly contest you, and also Reaper got a range buff a while ago that makes him a little bit more lethal against Farah. Speaking of Reaper, he's actually up next, and he's also going in A tier. The thing with Reaper is that his value is super dependent on the backline that you're running, right? Because if you're running an Ana Brig backline, it's actually fairly easy to deal with Reaper, right? If you're running a Juno Brig backline, however, because there's no CC, or there's very little CC, and Juno can't really out-damage a Reaper, then Reaper's actually really good against that backline. Now, conversely, we've seen the rise of Lucio Kiriko, and Lucio Kiriko can just run away from the Reaper entirely. So I think in situations where you're seeing people like Lucio being banned, there we go, right? My logic's been validated there, right? I think where you've seen Lucio being banned, you'll see more Reaper, because he can shut down, he can boop a Reaper away and speed away from the Reaper, right? Whereas that's less of the case when you're running Juno Brick. The more Lucio Kiriko is going to be played, the less you're going to see Reaper. Finally, Sojourn going A+. I've already explained why she's really good with that whole like graph thing that I'll edit in now in the post, or hopefully. Her SMG in early 2024 was like 6 out of 10, right? 6 out of 10. Her railgun though was like a 10 out of 10, right? Then you go to like mid 2024 when she gets like hard nerfed, and then her SMG is like, what, 8 out of 10? Really? And then her railgun is like 6 out of 10. And then now you're, right now in late 2024, her railgun is like 8 out of 10. And her SMG is like 7 out of 10, realistically. So that's kind of like how I look at Sojourn at the moment. And obviously the most important part of her kit is the railgun. Like that's the key thing. But you can't really separate it out like this, because how fast you can get your railgun is dependent on how good your SMG is, right? I still think Sojourn's really good at the moment, because this is still like, you can still charge railguns really fast. You know, you can still charge it really fast. And considering Hazard and Malga and are meta at the top level, and those are big hitboxes where you can farm your railgun off of, yeah, I don't see, like, Sojourn's still really good in my opinion. Okay, next up is Soldier. Okay, very easy, D tier. I mean, guys, I still can't think of a single situation where you'd play Soldier over Sojourn. And the funny thing is, right, even with the bans where you can ban out Sojourn, you still don't see Soldier being played, because he's just way too squishy, you know? A Reaper can TP onto you, a Tracer can go onto you, a Genji can go onto you, a Malga can go onto you. Like, guys, come on, man, like, he's by far the worst DPS at the game. And even in ranked as well, man. Even in ranked, he's still not good. Like, I'm not seeing Soldier players take up the ladder. I'm seeing Sojourn players. I'm seeing Bastion players take up the ladder over Soldier. You know? Okay, next up is Sombra. Sombra's going in B+. The reason of the way you play Sombra now is for that super slow fight. The way we saw NRG play is to play to bait the Malga to come into them and play that long, prolonged, you know, sustained fight to get ultimates like Queen Ult, to get ultimates like EMP, and that is actually really powerful at shutting down Blossom and the Cage as well that we saw. Symmetra's going in beta. If you think she should be lower, I recommend checking out my world #1 analysis of the #1 Symmetra player in EU, which is Fairy Tail. I think he shows off Symmetra quite well in terms of how versatile she can be, especially with a teleporter, and how Symmetra can be played against dive. Like, we saw Symmetra being played against a Winston dive in like super high lobbies. So that's why I think Symmetra is going to go in beta. The reason why she's not any higher is in pro play, again, we haven't really seen her being played all that much. Her beam, you can't really get value out of, because you can't really stand in your cardiac overdrive and get value on that cycle because of, the prior nerfs, from a few months ago. But yeah, she's still very flexible. Similar case to like Bull, I'd say, in terms of like people knowing how to play her. Only difference being is that, again, in pro play, we haven't seen jump-ins. We haven't seen the jump-ins of Symmetra, like we just don't see that. So that's why she's going in beta. The next up is Torbjorn. Just the worst Cassidy, and if I'm being real, the only case you're playing Torbjorn actually is against dive, and even then, like, even with the buffs, I still want a Cassidy, the damage is more consistent, you don't need all of that sustain, you still don't need all of that, so yeah, that's why Torb is going in the B- tier. Still worth playing, as I always say, he's still absolutely worth playing if you can hit your shots, because he's got no fall off, but very, very, very few players can actually consistently land his primary fire shots, but if you can land them, still play Torbjorn. Tracer was giving me a hard time, because in pro play, we don't see Tracer that much. We still see, again, in the Super Cup, we've seen some Koreans still play Tracer, but I'm putting Tracer in A+, because in ranked, she is so unbelievably strong in ranked. Like, Kevster is champion 2 on Tracer. Like, in ranked, she's SSS plus tier, but in pro play, again, we just haven't seen that much Tracer. Mainly because she's fairly easy to shut down with Adventure and characters like that, even in pro play, but also, she's not that good of an engage hero. Juno Brig can fairly shut her down, either with Brig whip shots and or just by the sustain of the characters themselves. And compare Tracer to Reaper, right? Reaper can actually keep walking, even when he's whip shotted against a Juno Brig backline. Whereas Tracer, not so much. Like, you get whip shot, that's half HP gone. Venture's going in beta. I think I said last time that Venture was like sliding off the power scale. This is something that Capitology brought up. If you're playing a comp like Queen Sombra and you're struggling to actually go in, Venture can be really, really potent, because they can essentially burrow and get a free engagement, because you can't, shoot Venture while they burrow. So yeah, that's why I think Venture is actually fairly decent. But the issue being is that these characters that can actually outvalue her, they outvalue them. God damn it, man. I'm too tired. Characters like Genji and Echo, and even Farah to some extent too, can outvalue the Venture by forcing them out early on, and then once she's forced out, not really much you can do, right? So yeah, and their ultimate isn't very good either, so there you go. Next up is Widowmaker. Very, very similar situation to Tracer, where in ranked, Widow is really, really, really strong, like above the SSSS tier, right? But in pro play, not so much. The issue with Widowmaker at pro play is that there's few maps where Widow can play where she's still safe from being engaged upon by a Genji or by a Hazard, right? Or even by a Doomfist as well to some extent, I think, you look at Flashpoint maps, you look at push maps. Yeah, I think Widow is still strong, like super strong in ladder, but in pro play, where teams are more coordinated, they can actually reach Widowmaker, which is the key thing. Unless you're on a Widow specific map, like a Junkertown, like a Circle Royale, like those kind of maps. Ana is going in A+ tier. I mean, okay, literally, Awkward got rank 1 on Ana, and he didn't play Juno or Brig in his top 3 characters, so yeah, I think that really says it all, to be honest. He beat all you Juno Brig abusers who wants to abuse Ana to the max extent. He beat all of you guys. But even in pro play, but Hazard, he hasn't got that much burst mobility. So that's the biggest struggle at the moment for him. So a very good countermeasure option, very good playing with dive, very, very good in ranked. Yeah, I think A+ is fair to Ana. Okay, next up is Baptiste. I was struggling between A and B+, but I think I'm gonna put him in B+ tier. Again, pretty ranked hero at the moment. The only time we see Baptiste in pro play is if there's a Farah on the field, and we see Juno Bat being played. I think that's the only time we've seen Baptiste actually played in pro play. But in ranked, again, still super strong, still super versatile. Not necessarily anything bad about the character. It's just that Lucio, Kiriko, Juno Brig get more value than him. And he's a little bit too easy to engage upon as well. I think that's the key thing to note. He's not that slippery. He can be engaged upon by a Malga, by a Hazard, fairly easily. I'm putting Brig in A+ tier, but there's sort of 3 key reasons as to what I've put down below as to why she's not in S tier. The first one is Hazard, right? The wall from Hazard is really strong at isolating Brig away from her team, and because of that, she's basically a free kill, and that's partially why we've seen Lucio Kiriko being played, because they're way more slippery. They can avoid that Hazard wall a lot more easily. The second reason is the lack of damage, at least from distance. Lucio Kiriko have both no fall off, but Juno Brig, Juno's got fall off, and Brig has got no damage from distance. The third reason isn't necessarily the lack of sustain, is that the sustain isn't needed. It's not that the Brig sustain is bad or that it's useless, it's just that it becomes more reasonable to trade out that sustain for more damage. Illari going C tier. I made a separate video on Illari, but in short, and if you want to know more about Illari, check out the video on screen. Next up is Juno. Juno is going in A+. A+, pretty much for the same reasons as Brigitte. The one difference is that Juno can actually avoid a hazard fairly well compared to a Brig, but the fact that these two are paired so much, any weaknesses to Brig will both affect Juno as well. An additional comment I'll make is that you could technically play Lucio Juno, but the issue with that is, why not play Lucio Kiriko, you know? Because Kiriko has more range pressure than Juno has. She's got more consistent heals from distance. She's got not maybe as good. Her ultimate isn't as good as Juno's, but she's also got more utility with that Suzu. So why would you play Juno over Kiriko in that situation? Okay, next up is Kiriko. She's going in S tier. You'll see pretty much all the Koreans play Kiriko whenever they can. So you can see Pokerface playing Kiriko there, and we've seen Lucio Kiriko being meta most of the time. There you go, Lucio Kiriko, and again Brig Juno aren't banned as well. So you can see teams will just default to playing Lucio Kiriko. And again, reasons being the range pressure, the slipperiness against hazard walls, and the lack of sustain, or like the fact that you don't need as much sustain anymore compared to previously. Next up is Lifeweaver going in D tier. I shouldn't need to elaborate on this one. You can still technically do well on Lifeweaver. Like, I have seen one champion 5 Lifeweaver before, but it's so few and far between, and the gap between him and the other supports is so wide, it's crazy. Next one is Lucio going in S tier. Same reasons as Kiriko. Honestly, I see here to reiterate them. But yeah, just go watch the Kiriko, Brig, or Juno sections for more. Next up is Mercy. I put C/D, but I'm gonna put it in C because, you know, I think, you know, still situational in ranked, of course, when you're playing Soccer Royale, Junkertown, those kind of maps there. If you've got a really good Sojourn player, then you can play Mercy with Sojourn, but doesn't really change the breakpoints, I believe. But yeah, Moira is so close to D tier, man. Like, if Lifeweaver wasn't as bad as he was, I would put Moira in D tier, but Moira is so bad right now. I actually can't even explain how bad Moira is. I might make an entire video based on how bad Moira is, because holy smokes. If you want to heal bot on Moira, play Juno or play Kiriko. If you want to do DPS Moira or TikTok Moira, play Kiriko and do the exact same thing. Like, it just makes no sense to play Moira at the moment. The same way how Soldier is to Sojourn, Moira is to Kiriko, right? Like, Moira is just significantly worse than Kiriko in almost every single way possible in terms of burst damage, sustain damage, ultimate pressure, utility. It's cooked. And last but not least is Zen. He's going in beta, I think. He's actually a pretty good counter-meta option compared to playing up against a Mauga, Orisa, lesser extent Queen, or is it even with Queen as well? Because again, Gambit did play Zen Queen a while ago. The issue with Zen is that A, he's way too squishy. B, on certain maps, you can't play to bait the enemy team's engagement, you'll just get ran on. Another big issue with Zen is, against good tank players, they'll just cleanse your Discord and then you're getting no value, you know? And then they'll engage onto you, which is kind of the big issue. So, yeah, it kind of comes down to like a skill check, if I'm being honest. So you skipped to the end, didn't you? I know you skipped to the end because I timestamped these videos, so don't skip, okay? Don't you dare skip forward and pause the video and cry about my tier list, right? But I'm going to show you it now. Okay, so this is the final tier list. As you can see at the top, I've had a slight key code in terms of what characters I think could go up a tier and what characters I think could go down a tier. So, Sojourn, I think she could go up a tier. Just depends on how big those nerfs are to her. Brig, I said could move down because, again, Brig hasn't got a good matchup into Hazard, and maybe down the line, we could see more Juno Kiriko or Juno Ana comps being played. Juno, I said, could go up a tier, based again on similar reasoning to Brig, where Juno herself is still really strong. It's just that her tie to Brig and Brig's weakness in the meta is kind of dragging her down a bit. Mauga, I said, could go down depending on how competent you are at the game. Again, I think he's actually really strong. I think he's one of the best tanks in the game at the moment, like top 3 tanks with Queen. But the issue with Mauga is that people don't know how to play the character, so if you're bad at the game, then you'll put him lower in your list. Ryan, I said, could go down because we haven't seen much play of him. Bull, I said, could go up because, again, he's more of a skill check character. Baptiste, I said, could go up based on the environment you're playing Baptiste in and the map as well. Symmetra and Venture, I said, could go up based on the, again, the skill of the character, who's playing the character, what map you're playing on, the comp matchup, again, it's all those sort of like relative map-dependent, comp-dependent factors. Zen, I said, could go up a tier, mainly because of those similar factors. Again, he's a very good counter-pick meta option on certain maps like Shambali, for example, or Midtown, maps where you can't really easily reach the Zen, then I think is actually fairly decent. Orisa, I said, can move down a tier because, again, she is bottom 3 tanks in Masters Plus, and we haven't seen Orisa being meta or being played at all in pro play, unlike Malga. Zarya I said can move up a tier, again, similar reasoning to these guys, depending on the map and the comp you're playing against. And lastly, Moira I said can move down a tier because she is really, really bad, but stay tuned because I'm going to make a video on Moira in the future.
Ugh. Oh my god. I wonder when she gets seduce.
Alright, so today's video we're gonna be tier list season 14 of Overwatch. Overwatch season 14, it changed a little bit, but not much, right? So these tier lists aren't gonna really shift around too much. You're gonna have a couple heroes here, a couple surprises. I'll probably rate Sombra a little bit higher than normal. Start off with Hazard. Now Hazard, as of right now, we'll have this tier list out like ASAP. It might be out like even tomorrow. I have a feeling that Hazard is gonna get nerfed. As of right now, I'm going to put Hazard in like this S tier, A tier area. I'm going to do like high A, like A+. I think Hazard's really good. I just know they're going to nerf Hazard. There's a chance Hazard's right here right now, but I'm going to give a little bit of wiggle room right now, expect Hazard to get nerfed, and put Hazard here. So high A+, also S tier. I mean, Hazard's already being played in like apparently scrims and stuff, but I know in Blizzard, they will nerf Hazard before the holiday break. They will not let the Malga situation happen. That's where I'm at with that. Okay, next up we have Orisa. Orisa probably ends up in A tier. I'm not quite ready to put Orisa up here. Orisa has gotten buffed. I mean, you could say, I'm gonna go with A tier. I mean, there's gonna be a little bit of bias. I think Orisa's back up there with a little bit of an armor shift. Playable, doesn't win as much in ranked. I agree that Hazard is not Malga, and I 100% agree with you on that one. But you have to understand, if you look at it from a support player's perspective, I don't think support players are having the best time right now against Hazard, and they're not going to allow that to happen throughout the holiday break. Because during the holiday break, they take like 3 weeks off or so. They're not going to want to have to do like a maintenance patch in between that holiday break. They want to go vibe out, disconnect, and just enjoy their holidays. You said support players have any inconvenience? Listen, I played Hazard for about 7 hours yesterday, and I can tell you this much, I was having 0 problems against support players. Yes, I will say that. The two heroes that screwed up my gameplay a ton, believe it or not, were not Kiriko or Juno. It was Ana and Life when I was playing Hazard. They both were just really good. All right, now we're going to our very frequented S-tier hero. Winston got buffed. Winston's still S-tier. I still think Winston's really good. If you're good at Winston, you'll probably do well. If you're in top 500, you might not be able to get as much Winston gameplay in, but Winston is just Winston, still good. Nothing's changed since we had Winston in S-tier, and Winston just got buffed. So let me rephrase that. The only thing that's changed since Winston was in S-tier is Winston got buffed. That's it. What do they buff to Winston? Sure. So Winston, they buffed his jump pack damage, so when you jump in, you just do more damage. It's only a 10 damage difference, but think about this. If Winston was already S-tier, yeah, so... Mauga is probably B tier now. Mauga is going to be a frustration level in a lot of ranks. But I think Mauga has been nerfed enough now where it's going to go to... If you're good at Cardiac Overdrive and you can use your overrun, you're going to have a good time. If you don't know how to play Mauga's positioning, you're going to get rolled with the armor change. So I think Mauga falls a little bit below Orisa, where I have Orisa in A tier, and then Mauga's in B tier. Reinhardt, A tier. I think Reinhardt is slowly just climbing. Reinhardt has become a sleeper pick. Actually... Yeah, Ryan is just better now. You know, it's a thing where Ryan, you hold your shield up, you don't move, you're in between. The only reason why I wouldn't put Ryan in like an S tier is because I just think that there's still too much damage in Overwatch for Ryan to be able to get the full value of what you look for in tanks. But Ryan is really good and really strong. I think Ryan is just a good hero. D.Va, ahead of Mauga, but B tier. D.Va's okay. Ever since they nerfed D.Va became a little bit more paper mache. It's a bit more of an all-in strategy. I straight up just put D.Va in B tier. I think D.Va's a good hero. Not as good as the meta. Not better than the heroes above. Better than Mauga. Because D.Va's basically the direct counter to Mauga. Okay, next up we have Wrecking Ball. I mean, C tier. Wrecking Ball is Wrecking Ball. You get value, but you can't follow up on kills. You said D.Va is better than Rhine? I disagree. I actually disagree. I'm telling you right now, with the way that D.Va is, if you put D.Va in a matchup with Ryan in the general overall player base, then Reinhardt's going to get way more value just because of that. I think D.Va's in a better spot. I mean, Ryan's in a better spot. So, I don't know. I just have Wrecking Ball's okay. It's the same issues. Ramattra... Oh, man. Ramatra's a tough one for me. High B tier or low A tier? Vortex got buffed a little bit. I'm going to go with high B tier, a little bit ahead of D.Va. Ramatra's a safer pick. D.Va's okay. Roadhog, C. Zarya, A. I'm just going through those ones quick because it's not much. There's not much like discussion here for me on this one, at least on my side. Roadhog's okay, can make plays happen. Zarya is good, not gonna be like meta breaking, but like Zarya just kind of is good now. Is Orisa affected by the bullet hitbox size change? Maybe, but still good. You know what? I'm gonna put. This is a tough one because Ryan is a counter to Zarya. So I'm trying to put it in order. And this is an interesting one. Ryan's really good against Zarya, right? But Zarya's good against Orisa now. But Orisa's kind of better against Ryan. So where do I put Zarya? In between? Like here? Or is it like this? Maybe like that. Like that. You said you feel like Ryan and D.Va are more versatile. I mean, listen. And maybe I'm just not playing D.Va as well as I used to. But the problem with D.Va is that, like, D.Va runs into... D.Va just falls over now. Like, straight up. And, like the changes to, like, the DPS the DPS passive are not going to help D.Va. And D.Va, yeah. So, I think this is kind of where I put it. Okay, Doomfist. Interesting one here on Doom. Probably A tier, right? Even with the slam change, I think Doomfist's changes from the previous patch has put Doom in a much better spot. Like, really good Dooms are still hard to play against. They did do a slight nerf on Doom, but, like, it's not going to be, like, game-breaking nerf. That was just a way to drive the percentage down a little bit with, like, doing a nerf. I think Doom has been pretty good. So I think putting Doom there is good. Ooh, Sigma's an interesting one. I hate that I'm putting Sigma in B+. But Sigma just struggles against fast-paced heroes, and look at all the heroes in A tier. You see what I'm saying? If all those... keep in mind, I still have Sigma at the top end of B+, right? Now, if I say this was like a... Let's sit here and talk about this for a second. Let's say this was a... Oh, by the way, you know, this is a Circuit Royale tier list, well, then I got Sigma all the way up here, right? If we're talking Circuit Royale, you ain't getting Circuit Royale a ton. And honestly, let's be real with you. The Widow's the serve rabbit in those maps anyway. So, I think a high B+ tier is probably good. They said the cat's right up vibing. Yes, this is his little bucket. He sleeps next to me now. Queen, probably a sneaky A- tier. Very sneaky good. Isn't played a ton, but isn't bad. How was Mauga not higher? Mauga just got a recent nerf. Mauga got a recent nerf. A lot less armor, and with heroes like D.Va there, Mauga's going to be in a solid B tier. Keep in mind, by the way, B tier is good. B tier is good in Overwatch. Even C tier is okay. Like, B tier is good. Like, this is not saying Mauga's bad by any means. It's just where the game's is at right now. And it was an armor nerf, and armor is super underrated in Overwatch, where a lot of people don't actually realize how good armor is, and it can cause some problems there, so. All right, so there's your tanks. I mean, pretty overall decent. I mean, all the tanks are in a decent spot. You can argue the S tier with Winston. Keep in mind, I think Hazard is currently right here, right now. But I just see nerfs happening. If I'm wrong on the nerfs, then you can move Hazard up to S tier. I don't really see anything I would change here. I'm pretty confident in, like, where I have stuff. You know, you can maybe move Sigma up to A-. You can maybe move Queen to B+. You could maybe argue Doom's a B+ tank now. You know, I'm comfortable with that stuff. Mauga, you can move up to here if, like, for some reason, like, you find that Mauga's still doing well in a lot of ranks. So I think, like, all of this is fine. Am I comfortable with the state of tanks right now? Or would any changes I wish they would add? I don't think I'll ever be comfortable with the state of tanks because tank roll is just constantly the punching bag. Like, you're not...
What you want?
It's not about being comfortable with the state of tanks. It's if tank is fun at the time. I don't think you'll ever get to a spot where you're happy with it. Anyway, there's your tanks. Okay, on to the DPS. So we have Widowmaker.
Greeting, adventurer. Welcome to the front lines in our conquest of Ashenvale.
But I know...
If you are looking for something to do, then you've come to the right place.
Widowmaker
I'm always looking for able-bodied individuals to help bring glory to the Horde.
The problem is, let me ask you this question. Is Widow good in
our expansion?
Is Widow good in Silver? Is Widow good in Gold right
now? The way between
like, do you find that the Serve Ramen exists still in those ranks?
It's a path that
or do you find that if somebody goes Widow... Like, are you getting Serve Rad, is what I'm saying, in your rankings? Like, in any rank besides top 500 right now, are you getting Serve Rad?
Proceed to Thistlefur Village
in Gold,
and
yes, no. Your friend in Gold says, you know, heck it then. You know what? Send it. I'm putting Widow in S tier.
You will be doing your duty
I saw one person in the chat say they're struggling with Widow, and to justify my own ego and my ability to act like I'm smart, I need to put Widow in S tier now, just because of that one person. That's it. I saw one person say something, and that was enough for me. All right, sound good? Widow's still really good, though. I think the take I've always heard with Widow is that you have a certain range where you're valuable, like where you're really good, right? Widow, at every range you can headshot and kill someone, no matter what. I wanted them to bring Widow in on the range to make it... It's actually kind of funny because, like, you notice how on, like, Black Widow, like, you need to play a little bit closer in, like, Rivals? How they, like, try to... I say that, but then you see Hella, but... Isn't that great that both hero shooters struggle with a sniper problem? know, somewhere here. That seem good? Good, decent, makes plays. Hanzo, I don't know. Dude, Hanzo kind of sucks. But doesn't really suck. B-? Like, isn't bad, but, like, kind of just doesn't really... I don't know, probably head of soldier, like... Yeah. Like a little bit ahead of soldier, because you can just, yeah. B, yeah. I think B's good. Venture, interesting for Venture. Probably also B tier. Probably sits in the same kind of area as, like, this part. Like, decent. Kind of, like, here, I would say. Actually, now that I see this... Does that look better? You probably can't see because of my webcam, but I put Junkrat, Sim, Torb, then Venture, then May. Yeah, I think that's good. Are no DPSC tier? I don't know. Yes, no, there's a... Yep, found one. There you go. You good? I mean, there you go. I guess I saved the best two for last, right? Actually, one second.
I can't cast that yet.
By the way, I'm going to be real with you here. I actually think Sombra is
It's too far away.
not as bad as people put Sombra to be nowadays.
That spell is ready.
I just still think Sombra isn't...
I don't have a target.
Also isn't good. So, like, it's... How do I explain it? I'll go off of my experience. Like, for example, when I was playing with Wanted, like, Wanted would go, like, Sombra. And it would work. But then, like... It also wouldn't. Because at a certain point, once they realize, okay, I just don't want to play this hero against Sombra, that's where Sombra loses. Okay, let me re-explain this. If you want to go Sombra, you can take out a Widow. But the moment they swap off to other stuff, you then lose a crap ton of value. But I think that's where I kind of, like, I see there's definitely value in Sombra, but, like, I think there's too much inconsistency in the value. So you could maybe manage to think, yeah, but you know what? I didn't have any people in C tier, and that's it. So that's where I'm at. Once again, Sombra players will probably play Sombra at a higher level, maybe a B- to B+ tier. I'm not a Sombra player. Most players aren't Sombra players in that sense, so, like, I think this is probably a fair assessment. How's Bastion C? Sure. Bastion C because I have Bastion in C tier. Actually, I'll do this. All right, that's my DPS, though. Yeah, I don't know. Seems fine. You'll notice something, by the way. You'll notice something.
I don't have a
right? And I want to talk about this before I go into the supports. What is something that you noticed about this tier list, chat, before I go on to the supports now? A couple people have said it now. Most heroes are viable. Most heroes are viable, right? You could argue that Overwatch is in a... I'm gonna say this carefully, because the way I'm saying this is not what I'm trying to... is what I'm meaning with it. Kind of. Overwatch is in a balanced state. But the balance doesn't feel fun for some people, including the top 500 part. That's where it's like, there's a lot of variety, but, like, it's not there, which goes to my next point. This is why I still think the next step for Overwatch, and once again, it could be good, it could be bad, but I do think there's a world where if they introduce, like, something like the arcade mode from Halloween, something like the passives, but for each hero, something to extend upon just the balance part of this, would give people, like, people might enjoy that. And that would, remember the Halloween event where they had the arcade mode? The reason why that mode was fun and it was consistently played for a long time was because it wasn't really balanced. It was just fun. It wasn't about, okay, Orisa has a 42% win rate. Let's get that win rate up. It was just fun. No one cared. It was just a good time. That was it. So I still think their next step is that. And I think that's what they're working on. It's just they don't tell anybody that stuff. So it's just an assumption. But the Halloween arcade mode was good. It was a good time. And it was very broken. And I think that's a very interesting note to take. I'm just noticing that now. Where, like, yeah. Customizing builds to add depth and strategy. Exactly. Yep. You combine that with, like, a max 2 that they've been looking into, or, like, a max 3, depending on whatever it is, 5v5, 6v6.
It's too far away.
Will it be balanced? Nope. Could it be fun? That is going to be the #1 question. If it's fun, I think that's what gets people interested, rather than just, like, okay. You want my take as like as a streamer now for years in Overwatch? I'm starting to think that balance patches are starting to lose their allure, or whatever word I'm trying to use here, of drawing people in. I think now it's about creating it fun for people. Let's go on to the supports. Lucio probably got moved up to A tier again. Maybe probably A tier, but just because of the changes, you can use your beat a lot quicker. You can kind of play with like the dive-centric heroes. You can be really quick. I think Lucio actually moved up. You also have better self-healing for more survivability. The recent patch, Lucio just got better. I still think Juno will be above in like the S tier, so that's why I'm comfortable with putting Lucio in A tier, because I think Lucio is kind of back on the table for some comps, but isn't going to beat that Juno Brig comp. So I think I'll start with Lucio there. Zenyatta, probably B tier. Good, not great. Struggles against a lot of the dive-centric heroes here. Good, not great, but still good. Like B's kind of where I put Zenyatta. Oh wait, I gotta do yeah, you're right. Sorry, I gotta go in order. You're right. All right. Anyway, Lifeweaver. Hot take: Lifeweaver's in B tier now. I think Lifeweaver actually has gotten so much better and only needs about 75 more buffs to be like a really consistent play. But I actually think Lifeweaver has... No, I'm telling you. Do you want me to put Lifeweaver in C tier? Will that make everybody happy? Dude, I play against these Lifeweavers that are unreal now. I'm getting the Lifeweaver mains. They're amazing. I'll give you C tier. That's it. I'll meet in the middle. Nope. I'm meeting in the middle. I'm not going D tier. It's not happening. Stay in B? All right, I'm staying in B. One person said it. I got one guide. Let's go. All right, Moira. I don't know, B tier. The utility isn't there. Decent. Better than Zen because you can damage people. Moira's in B tier. Perfect. There you go. Ana. A tier. Ana's good. Probably better than Lucio right now. Also good against Hazard. Solid hero. Fun hero. Good utility. Good everything. A tier. No, I don't think Ana's S tier. You'll see why Ana is an S tier in a bit. Okay, Brig. So, you know what? Believe it or not, chat, with the recent changes to Brig's Inspire, right? Believe it or not, this actually is going to put Ana in, Brig in S tier, because Brig, it doesn't change anything. The reason what makes Brig so good is the armor pack burst heals. Like, that's not going to change anything. The problem is that if you're playing Brig the correct way, you're going to proc enough Inspire regardless. It doesn't matter. Like, that's the problem. That's why I said the 5 to 4 seconds, while it's a difference, if you're relying on that extra second to keep people alive as Brig, you're already not playing Brig the correct way. Brig is just about proc and Inspire and keeping your other support alive. So if they come in and you do damage them and you do damage again, your Inspire keeps re-upping. It's not like it puts your Inspire on like a cooldown and you can't re-proc it. You can re-proc it the whole time.
Talk to me.
You think it's the meta that not Brig that makes her good? I'm gonna be real with you. What makes Brig good is being able to make your other... Okay, so, like, Brig... Here's what makes Brig so good.
Where would you like to fly to?
Is Brig has the capability of healing the other support and making the other support unkillable. So when you have a support that can make your other support unkillable, it enables so much of the support team that you can pretty much play anything with Brig, right? That's the thing with Brig. Okay, anyway. Kiriko, A tier? Kind of struggled a little bit with Juno coming into the game, but still really good. Has had some buffs again recently, not this recent patch, but the patch before that. Great hero. The only thing that I think that the problem with Kiriko right now is there isn't enough Kiriko skins, and I think that's probably the #1 issue so far. So we'll see if that will be I mean, I know a lot of people were disappointed that this season didn't have a Kiriko skin. All right, next up we have Mercy. B tier. Good, not bad. Good, not bad. I want you to look at something, chat. Before anybody look at the heroes we have up here. We have a Sojourn. We have look at all these heroes that Mercy basically pockets and can make 10 times better. I still put Mercy in a pretty high B tier. I think Mercy is really good at enabling the other heroes. I think B tier is where I'm gonna lie with this one. I don't think I could do Mercy in C tier. I think Mercy could probably still use a little bit of love in some areas, but I think this is a safe pick. Ayari, high B tier, mid B tier, kind of in between. Okay, I want to teach some. This is a good learning moment for people on Ayari. Are you ready for this? Play Ayari like Zenyatta. Stop playing Ayari like you would play Ana. I'm telling you right now, everybody is playing Ayari as like a main support. Ayari is like Zenyatta. It's straight up the same playstyle as Zen. Straight up. Should you go on flanks? I'm not joking you, probably. Ayari is literally is a Zenyatta playstyle that players are still trying to play Ayari like they're playing Ana. You don't have the resources to be able to do that. You go on an off angle, you can use your pylon where you feel is necessary. You do damage, you heal your teammates occasionally. You then use your pulse bomb that is 10 times better than pulse bomb that just got buffed, and rinse and repeat. BAP is definitely A tier. Even more so, I wouldn't doubt it if BAP eventually goes into S tier. BAP is getting buffed like crazy. Somewhere along the lines, the win rates for BAP is not aligning with Blizzard's vision of where BAP should be, and they just keep buffing BAP over and over again. BAP just keeps getting buffed. I mean, there's an argument here where I could put BAP into S tier, but I'm not quite ready to. But think about BAP, okay? They got rid of essentially the recoil because they said that people were getting fatigued playing BAP. So now you have like no recoils because you got rid of the fatigue part of it. Your regenerative burst now has a wider range and is on a quicker cooldown. Like BAP is essentially has been getting the micro buff treatment, and it's starting to show. Yeah, and once again, I could see a world where you move BAP into like S tier, but I'm not ready yet because we have our last hero of the tier list, which is Juno. Per usual, Juno is S tier. I've heard that Juno is still being played a lot. Juno just has great utility, great ultimate, great heals. The only downside to Juno right now is the range at what you can heal, but honestly, like you don't need to be in. It's even that is okay. So I would put Juno in S tier with Brig. So once again, I do want to point out the Winston S tier. This is more for overall, not like matches. Don't be surprised to see like other tanks end up being the OWCS meta. But OWCS doesn't start for like till what, like January or February, so we won't even know that for now. So yeah, there you go. That's what I have for the Season 14 tier list. You can agree, disagree, it's all good. That's where I'm at. So, there you go. Like the video. Subscribe to the YouTube. Leave a...
Overwatch 2 Season 14 has been out for about a half a week now. We got a bunch of new balance changes for Season 14, including some from mid-Season 13, and a brand new tank hero, Hazard, being added to the game. So there's a lot that's actually changed. So it's going to be your Season 14 hero tier list for your average tiers of play for ranked, mainly for your solo queue players. Keep that in mind that when we do go into this, it's going to be more of your average tier player tier list. It's not going to be a tier list for top 500 or for like your high tiers or rank. It's going to be a tier list mainly with solo queue in mind, from like your mid-tier silver all the way up to like your mid-tier, high-tier platinum players, where the majority of the players are usually for ranked. So keep that in mind. If you guys want to let me know in the comments down below as well if there's anything I forgot to mention or forgot to include in the video, if I didn't explain something enough, let me know in the comments down below. All I ask is if you guys actually watch the entire video before you go into the comments, because more than likely I talk about everything in the video, and if you go into the comments before doing that, then you kind of waste your time and waste my time. So we're also going to be ranking everything in depth in this list. We're going to talk about everything. Some will be faster than others, but if you're looking for a tier list that with each hero that you literally just rank them within like 30 seconds, this is not going to be the list. So if you guys are expecting a really fast ranking video, probably going to be more of a longer video because there's a lot I do want to talk about. We do get a lot of changes, so keep that in mind. If somebody also wants to do timestamps, include them down below. Without further ado, let's get right into this. Leave a like, subscribe, share the video. We are on our way to 2,000 subscribers, so we're really hoping to hit 2,000 subscribers before the end of the year. We're really close. If you guys are new and have not subscribed yet, please subscribe down below. We'd really appreciate it. I'll throw the list on screen for you guys right now. We got the SS tier OP. This is the best of the best stuff that needs some type of nerfs going forward for mid-season. The best stuff, literally with no drawbacks, pretty much almost like free win tier worthy is your SS tier stuff. S tiers are really good stuff, like your best consistent picks. The ones that are really, really good but I don't think really need nerfs or are just waiting to be like SS tier OP but are being held back by one or two other heroes that are preventing them from being like game worthy of like just running the entire game. A+ is your above average, A is average, B is more below average, C is more situational, D is borderline useless, then you have F tier, which is the shit tier, pretty much unplayable heroes, which I don't think we actually have, so that's maybe one good thing, so that's kind of a spoiler. So, without further ado, at top right of this, we got the brand new tank champion, Hazard. Where am I going to put Hazard on this list? I'm putting Hazard right up into SS tier. Hazard is the best tank in the entire game right now. If you guys haven't been playing the game at all, especially as the game goes forward, like we get further and further into the season, people start learning Hazard more and more and getting better at him. He's going to by far be the best tank in the entire game. I've already ran into a bunch of Hazard players that are just incredibly good. They buffed pretty much everything about his kit going into this season, whether it was numbers or quality of life changes. And everything that he got buff-wise, I think he did not really need. There's a few small things they could have did with him, like quality of life-wise, but I think they just absolutely giga-buffed this guy into oblivion for literally no reason. He's a really high skill cap tank, but if you're at the very least like average or above average at playing him, you can roll lobbies. I think that's just kind of what he's really doing currently. He has the best tank ult in the entire game. Pretty much being able to drop spikes on like an entire battlefield, pretty much the entire map, like wherever you're fighting, the entire map gets covered with ult, and like just being able to make plays off of his ult, locking people down so they can't move for that duration is just absolutely broken, and especially with how fast it actually charges, it's incredibly good. You have a wall that literally knocks people back and does shit tons of damage. You have really good mobility, your damage is really good. There's literally no drawbacks to playing Hazard right now. By far, probably the best tank in the entire game. If you guys are not playing Hazard, play him. You're going to win most of your ranked games. You're going to win most of your games in general, especially if you know how to play him and you get pretty good at him, because he just rolls most of your lobbies. It's incredibly good tank. By far, the tank and probably the thing so far that needs the nerfs the most going into mid-season. They said there was going to be a small mini balance patch probably either next week or the week after, right before the holidays, and we're going to get some small mini nerfs for a few outliers in the hero balance. Hopefully the nerfs are mainly for Hazard because I think he's beyond busted, and I absolutely fucking hate playing against him. This is the same thing that happened with Malga too when he was put into the game about a year ago. Malga got giga buffed on release. He ran the game for like literally till mid-January before getting nerfed. It's going to be the same thing with Hazard, especially when people start getting even better at him. This is the start, like we're at the start of the season. Wait until mid-season when you have people that are playing Hazard non-stop. And you have people that are actually really good at him, just parrying and rolling lobbies. If you guys don't hate playing against him now, I guarantee you will by the time mid-season or even like a week or two after. Currently, playing against him, you're gonna hate it. I already hate playing against him. We're only like 5 days into the season, so.
To reach Hillsbrad, travel by
Who told you? I told you guys so. I was the one that predicted exactly what they were going to do with Hazard this season. Giga buff the fuck out of him after the playtest because people think he was underwhelming. But they were just all really bad at playing him. What did they do? They did exactly what I said. I'm a psychic, y'all. I can tell what they're going to do. Then again, it's Blizzard because they're so predictable. Let's talk about the other tanks. I'm just going to move like the other two tanks that are probably the other two ones that are the best in the game right now. These are the 3 tanks that are running the game for this season. If you want a tank and you want to actually win, these are the ones that are running the game. I think Hazard's by far the best tank in the entire game, maybe even the best hero in the entire game currently. He could actually be, you can debate that as well. A close second though is by far Orisa. She just doesn't fucking die. Shit's damage, doesn't fucking die. Has crazy CC. They buffed her ult. They gave her more armor, so she's even less able to die now. So like, I don't know. It was last season too. I think Orisa was like incredibly busted too. So, and you got Malga as well, which also keeps getting a bunch of mini buffs every single season. He got a bit of a health nerf this season, but it literally did nothing to him. The little health nerf they did to him to change out some of his armor with just regular health really did nothing because it's only literally like 25 or 50 health, which does nothing to him. So these are the 3 tanks. If you guys want to actually win, you're going to be seeing these in every single one of your ranked games. They literally can single-handedly carry the fucking lobby, and they're so fucking annoying to play against. If I were on the balance team, I would nerf every single one of these tanks into the absolute ground. especially Malga and Orisa. I'm fucking sick of them. Every season, it is Malga and Orisa, especially when they keep like giving little buffs to both of them every like mid-season patch or every season. I don't know what to tell you guys. Another season that is ran by 3 tanks that are just fucking atrocious to play against. I don't know who has any fun playing against Malga, Orisa, or Hazard. Even Hazard, like I fucking hate playing against him already too. And we're barely into the season. Then we got Juno. I think Juno's really, really good. I still think Juno's incredibly good. I think she definitely does need some type of nerf. I do think she does. The thing I would nerf with her next, I think, is her ult still incredibly good. Or the auto aim on her rockets. She has the auto aim where she has like the auto heal where it locks onto your opponent and your allies. I think that could use like a cooldown nerf or like some type of nerf to make it less brain dead. I think it's just way too free currently. I'm putting Juno at S tier. I think she's incredibly good. She also pairs really well with all the 3 really good tanks currently. She enables them all very well, and she's pretty easy to play, so having a speed boost on a Hazard and a Orisa and a Malga is just fucking busted. Just that alone, it just makes her S tier by far. Widowmaker. Widow's going right up into S tier. Right on up into S tier. By far the best hit scan DPS in the entire game. She is so broken, especially for this past season. I think I actually put her way too low on the last tier list too. I forgot what I had her at. I think I had like an S. I put her way too low on last season list. I think by far the best DPS in the game currently is Widow. I have been seeing Widowmakers that aren't even that good rolling lobbies because she's just so fucking brain dead. And they literally have no idea what they're doing, but they're able to get that 1 or 2 crucial picks every single fight when she's alive, and she's able to steamroll the game just based off of that. Like, you have Widowmaker players right now that literally are some of the worst players ever, but Will's just so fucking brain dead and free to the point where she's still is able to roll a lobby. If you have nothing going after her, like pressuring her, going after and like giving her pressure the entire game, whether it's the tank or like a Sombra or something on your team, I don't know. And how she never got nerfed for this season just boggles my mind. She is the best DPS in the entire game, and they do not nerf her 2 seasons in a row. You want to know why? Because she's getting a skin this season, y'all. She had the mythic skin last season, and they don't want to quit wasting money on Widowmaker because they want to keep making money off her. They don't want to nerf her. That's the problem. It's greed. It's corporate greed. They'd rather jeopardize the balance of their game for an extra penny than actually nerf Widowmaker and make the game fun for people. So you got Tracer. I think Tracer's still really good. I'm putting Tracer at an A+ tier. She is checked a little bit, especially with a lot of these other like stuff that has like a lot of mobility and that just shits damage. But, like if you're really good at her, you can carry a lobby. I'm gonna put her A+ tier just because it kind of depends on the player. If you're not the greatest, or you're just average or above, that's kind of where I put her. If you're a god at her though, she can carry a game. Reaper's still really good. He got a bit of a lifesteal nerf this past season, but I think he's... She got Venge, quality of life change they gave her actually did anything. I think the only thing she's really kind of is really solid still. The only thing that is holding Ryan from being S tier back is Orisa being incredibly busted. If Orisa was not as good as she currently is, Reinhardt would probably be SS tier and probably needing some type of nerfs again. And he got a mythic for this season as well, so you're going to be seeing him play it a lot. Mercy. I think Mercy's still really good to play. I'm putting it at like A+ tier. I think Torb's really good. I think Torb's actually pretty damn solid this season. They buffed his hammer now to where it does like 70 damage, which is actually crazy. And they buffed the turret and they gave it more health, which is really nice. So, and like a less of a deploy time. Really good changes. Hanzo's still really, really good. I'm putting Hanzo at S tier. I'm sorry. The one shot and the burst potential from Hanzo is just fucking busted. It really is. I don't know how many times I get one-shotted by a random fucking arrow all the way across the map. It is just so fucking busted. It is not as good as Widowmaker, like, don't get me wrong, but that's why Widowmaker's an SS tier, like nerf-worthy tier. If Widow wasn't as good as she was, I'd maybe put Hanzo up there, maybe, or at least closer to S tier. And then the burst pinch, I don't know how many times I walk around a corner You'll have a Hanzo sitting behind a wall. You walk around a corner and they just throw the arrow barrage at you and they like the 3 arrows and just melt you in like 2 seconds before you're able to react.
The system's
That's
not working.
crazy.
High time to try something
new.
new.
I don't know why they ever brought back the one shot. It's fucking so
Hazard
busted,
on
so
sight.
brain dead and busted. It literally has no counterplay. It's just like
Let's take out the rubbish. Rules are like bones. They're made to be broken.
Time for the reckoning!
Get ready for a downpour.
Nerf this!
Follow me to glory! Let me show you how it's done! Simple arithmetic.
You know I'm the best.
Just what I was looking for.
Maybe when hell freezes over.
Flying the friendly skies.
Wait, what? How do I get the new tank?
One small step at a time. Right on target.
Oh.
Light speed.
I don't remember how to play this game. Pulse. Press to lock on. Glide horizontally with increased movement speed. Deploy a ring that increases movement speed for all allies. Burst fire weapon that heals allies and damages enemies. Hold down a ray that travels forward, healing allies and increasing their damage.
I see you. Hyper ring out. Help incoming.
Alright, so wait, what does this do? Increase movement speed.
Let's increase our pace. I will help you. Light speed. I am blasting off! Support inbound! Welcome to orbit! Does this help? Through here! Pulsars dispatched! Addressing your injuries. For you. Come on, everyone! I see you. We must accelerate. Projectiles initiated. I am on fire! Apologies, you were in my flight path. Light speed! I am blasting off! Hyperring deployed! Supporting at T=0! Yes, I got one! We must accelerate! I will assist! Welcome to orbit! Sorry, just doing my job. Let's take off. Dispatching care. I see you. Now we're in orbit. Double. Hyperring deployed. Let me help. We must accelerate. Support inbound. I am on fire. I will fix that. Double kill. Let's increase our pace. Welcome to orbit. Propelling pulsars. am on fire! Welcome to orbit! Double. Now we're in orbit! Pulsars dispatched! Yes! You are too close! Double kill. Injury detected! Let me help! Light speed!
Hmm.
Through here! Projectiles initiated! Dispatching care! Let's take off! Welcome to orbit! Launching now! Now we're in orbit!
I'm confused how this works. Call down an array that travels forward, healing allies, increasing their damage. Oh. And then this one just...
We must accelerate! Administering aid! I will fix that! I am on fire! Addressing your injuries. I will help you. Injury detected. Double kill. Welcome to orbit! I am blasting off! Pulsars inbound!
Okay. Try a different class.
Maximum velocity!
Oh, here he is.
You're in it with me. You're in it for life. I'm running hard. Let's go! Bring it on. Oh, we'll not be climbing that one. Try me. I'm raging.
Oh my god.
Have at me then. Aye, did I get you?
Oh.
That'll cut them up.
Spiked guard. Protect yourself from frontal damage, firing homing spikes and generating ammo. Violent leap, lunge forward, activating against a slash of enemies, knocking them back.
Oh, bring it on! Got the pieces. Aye, that's gonna hurt.
Oh my. Launch a spike ball that damages and knocks players back.
Take your shot.
Bring down a torrent of spikes, immobilizing enemies.
Tear it down. Yeah, that'll get in the way. You were in the way. Yeah, I'm a fire starter.
Double.
Come on, hit me again. Got 'em good.
Double.
Tossed out a wall. Bring it on.
Double.
Just sharp enough. Try me.
Double. Double.
Tear it down. Have at me then.
Double kill.
Oi, wall's out. Shouldn't have tried me. Oh.
Double kill.
Take your shot.
Double.
You can't tear me down.
Double.
Come on, hit me again. Yeah, that'll get in the way.
Double.
Let me stand a chance. Come and get it, laddie Yeats.
Double.
Ah! Tear it down! All torn up.
Double. Triple kill.
Just thinning the health. Oh, we'll not be climbing that one. Yes!
Double.
Won that one. Picking fights they can't win. Take your shot. That'll cut them up.
Double.
Try me. No one's messing
Double.
with me.
Double kill.
This guy's pretty fun.
Double.
Yeah, okay. Tear it down! Bring it on!
Double kill.
Thanks for staying put. Oi, wall's out.
Double.
Dude, that gun is so powerful.
I've never worked with the likes of you. Nothing I can't handle. Oh, come on, hit me again.
Did it increase your armor? Frontal damage.
Take them short. Aye, that's gonna hurt. Tear it down. Can't dodge that one.
Double kill. Double kill.
Oh man, get it, Lavi Yeats.
Double kill. Double kill.
Yeah, that'll get in the way.
Welcome to the Crossroads, adventurer. My name is Thork. I lead the defenses here in the name of the War Chief. Please, feel free to make yourself at home. As long as you mind your business, no one should have any problem with you taking up some space. There are many threats to our safety here. If you've already become familiar with the lay of the land, speak to the others here. Perhaps they have tasks for you to do.
Have you ever been to Ashenvale to the north? The Horde has recently set up an outpost on the Zoro Strand there, and we can always use some new recruits to help defend our new fronts. If you think you are up to it, see Kadrak in the Northern Barrens at the Watchtower. He is heading up the Ashenvale campaign and can give you further orders.
Ha! Well done, adventurer, very well done! I wasn't sure you were up to the task, but you proved yourself quite the cutthroat. Thank you again for helping us suppress the Harpy epidemic. Here is your reward. Use it well.
Lucky rabbit's foot. There's something I want you to see. The Harpies are not from around the Barrens. They come from a place called Stonefarm, far to the northwest of here. Though it is probably a dangerous place for you, I need this letter delivered to an old friend of mine who lives there, a witch doctor by the name of Jin Zil. He'll be happy to know that Serena Bloodfeather is dead, and I think you'll find Stonefarm an interesting place.
Yes.
Flashpoint unlocks in
Maximum velocity!
Flashpoint unlocked.
Sergeant round! Do not let them capture the point! Hyper ring deployed!
Oh shit, my mic is on? Fuck.
I am done for! No, wait! I am still here! You're here! Injury detected! I will help you!
Fuck Bob.
Bob, do something! No, I must not think like that.
Flashpoint.
I don't like that I can't control my floating. Maybe I can. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like, why can't I control that?
Light speed! Maximum velocity! They're taking point! Submarine deployed! I am blasting off! 动中，不洗澡。Injury detected. Getting sweaty over here. Welcome to orbit. Dispatching care. Come on, everyone! I'm on fire!
Why are we overextending?
Through here! Supporting your team equals 0. Submarine out! Flying out the big stuff! I am on fire! Support inbound! Does this help?
Flashpoint. Junkyard.
That's right. That's right, buddy.
We must accelerate!
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
That's right, buddy.
Go take the objective with me.
Why are you in there by yourself like that, man? Fucking stupid.
Addressing your injuries!
Special.
Targets locked!
Me?
Let's take off. Launching now.
Oh my god, my fucking shoulder's killing me.
How you doing, man? Stay away.
Tools in hand, brain in key. Are you ever going to tell me Valkyrie's airfoil ratio?
Are you going to tell me Ingrid's apple pie recipe?
You drive a hard bargain.
I'll just ask her myself.
Commence attack.
Turning up the heat.
A most impressive display. Yes. Are you
Think you can take me?
It's cold and ready to go. Sniper! I'm overloading!
Birds of a feather, get here together. Waiting. Birds of a feather, get here.
Objective captured. Advance.
Maximum power! I've high hopes for you! I'm overloading! Sometimes I surprise myself! I'm going to love this! My baby's under attack! Hurting the battle! My baby's destroyed!
Objective captured. Advance to objective A.
Let's move along! Swiftly now! Back to us! Maximum power! Show this looking son! I'm at maximum strength! Under fire! Maximum power! I've high hopes for you!
Match point. Devastating rhythm.
No one can withstand me! I'm overloaded!
Victory. Play of the game.
Play the game again.
I'm overloading!
I got mail again?
Hey, adventurer. I've been sent to the crossroads to watch over the land and take note of its happenings for my masters in Orgrimmar. One object of my study are the insect-like creatures found to the south in the Field of Giants. We know little of the creatures, so I'll be making it a point to discover more. They seem to have intelligence to them, more so than any normal animal. Take this digging.
One small step at a time.
Today's a good day for some mayhem.
Hi. Supporting is T equals 0.
G'day, mate. I need healing.
I need healing.
Take care of each other out there.
My ultimate is not ready yet.
Hello there. I require medical attention.
Hello.
Hello. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Many thanks.
Round 1.
Cavalry out. All right. I am ready. Let's kill them out. Let me help. Enemy over here.
There's the enemy turret. Take it out.
Dude, come on.
I will not let you down. Injury detected. Feeling better?
We have to defend the point.
Light speed. Supporting is T equals 0. I see you. Hyperring deploy. Projectiles initiated. For healing. Every star burns out.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Through here. Does this help? Ministering aid. Oasis, welcome to orbit. Support inbound.
Best round 1.
I've got you in my sights.
Score 1-0.
I prepped all night for this mission. Well, maybe I gained a little too.
The snow here is quite mild compared to the ice caps back home.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Only one round remains. 哪里的？
Why are we overextending? I don't understand that shit. That doesn't even make sense. You're dead. Yeah, we overextended.
Next time.
What a lucky motherfucker. Nothing triggers me more when I watch the POV of someone that kills you and they don't even mean to do it. It's like accidental.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. Dispatching care. Heroes never die.
I will help you. I'm on fire. What else to do?
Thank God.
Enemy over here. Does this help? Activating self-destruct sequence.
This ends now.
Your carrion! Target's locked!
What's a sojourn up here?
Hyper ring out!
Mercy's literally one. What the fuck? There she was.
They outnumber us! Pulsar's out!
Round 2 lost.
If you
Now all we have to do is not overextend and kill the one shots and we win. Let's pay attention to health bars. That Mercy was one shot for like 5 minutes. Nobody shot at her.
You get it, I get it, well, I get a lot of it. Yes, they love me out there in this big, crazy world.
Let's increase our pace! This is our last opportunity to win.
Mercy's one shot again. Literally, standing next to you.
Addressing your injuries.
We are outnumbered. Take heed.
I can't carry on this class. Gotta find a new class to carry on. Why does it cancel? I don't like that. Oh, yeah. Look how they go after our healers. That's how it should be. You're overextending, tank. I died once again, says somebody not even aiming at me.
You can do this.
No.
Come on, everyone.
What are you doing, my guy? The tank is overextended.
Injury detected. Hyperring deployed.
Heroes never die.
All hands to the objective.
I see you.
Hay que matar a la... Ahí está.
Tank is one.
Let's increase our pace.
Time for my thing.
All sides inbound.
Push them back.
Maximum velocity.
Otra vez, no. Muérete, muérete, muérete.
Watch yourself. Come on, everyone.
Hanzo, what are you doing?
Ay, no, ¿por qué aquí hay tres? ¿Por qué aquí hay tres? Mira.
Jesus, our Hanzo is so bad. So bad.
Wait.
What is that damage? What the fuck? Don't play Hanzo, buddy. Not your character. What the fuck? Oh, this is so cringe.
Target down. Alright, let's take a break for a second.
I see. Alright, I gotta pee. I need to fix the lag. Ugh. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but
During the Trump administration, well, hang on. During the Trump administration, I just gave you my argument. My argument was that businesses in the Midwest needed to have access to capital.
Yeah. So listen, if you actually, I can send you a paper from a liberal and a conservative economist from Harvard that actually indicates there was only 0.04% annual GDP growth, specifically from the tax cuts.
Yeah, but do you recognize?
Andrew Wilson takes on this woke TikTok influencer named Parker in this debate on TikTok Live and obliterates him. And I use the term debate loosely because Andrew Wilson tries to debate only to have this idiot Parker just talk over him and completely ignore his points. It's rather embarrassing, honestly, but I can't tell if Parker is being a clown on purpose or that he is literally too dumb to understand Andrew Wilson's points and even how to behave. But folks, let's get into the video.
Gonna be very sad, very bigly sad.
Hi, Parker. Hi, Parker. How you doing? I'm 40.
You voting Trump?
I am voting Trump. Yeah.
Why so?
Well, because his economic policies assisted the Midwest in a huge way due to his corporate tax cuts and what it allowed, because there was such a huge stranglehold by Democrats, especially in this state, with localization of taxes, especially in industry. It allowed them to get what they needed the most, which was access to capital, and assisted them in expanding. It was extremely helpful. And I'm hoping that he'll start making moves back to similar economic policies, which would help the local trade.
Yeah, okay, so I have a question. In terms of the corporate tax rate that it's at, can you name me one point in American history that you'd point to where the corporate tax rate was that low, where we saw, like, good effects on the economy?
Yeah, during the Trump administration.
Okay, I'm referencing other than the Trump administration.
Yeah, but why would that... I don't understand why that's a non sequitur. During the Trump administration... Well, hang on. During the Trump administration, I just gave you my argument. My argument was that businesses in the Midwest needed to have access to capital.
Yeah, so listen, if you actually... I can send you a paper from a liberal and a conservative economist from Harvard that actually indicates there was only 0.04% annual GDP growth, specifically from the tax cuts.
Yeah, but do you recognize...
$1.9 trillion of debt-related spending.
Well, I'm happy to respond to this.
$28 billion to the economy.
Let's say it only. Well, I'm going to explain. So,
in the middle of my sentence.
Well, okay. So the thing is that you're throwing out more red herrings, but I'm willing to respond directly to this.
What's a red herring?
Well, so you're trying to get me to look at something that's beside my point.
It's not beside your point. I was currently making a point. You cut me off.
Well, can you respond to my point? The GDP would have nothing to do with what I said. Zero.
So, okay, so if the corporate tax cut was beneficial, it would have caused a increase in the GDP, right? Increase in the overall
well, it did. By your own admission, it did. You just don't like how much it did.
By 0.04%.
Yeah, so why would that matter for the localization in the Midwest?
It added 0.04% to the annual GDP.
So it added to the GDP?
Which is about $28 billion per year.
Yeah.
So it nowhere near paid for itself.
How does that address my point, Parker?
To justify the spending.
How does that address my point? Can you steel man my argument for me so I know you understand it?
Yeah, so you think that it builds up American manufacturing?
That's not what I said, Parker. What did I say? I said in the Midwest, specifically inside of the Midwest, which is where all the automotive plants.
I said Midwest.
Yes. So can you address what the Midwest growth looked like, Parker?
Well, I was referencing the overall...
Yeah, I know what you're referencing. You're referencing a red herring. Can you reference what the Midwest growth was? Yes, it was. What the overarching GDP would be a reference from all 50 states. Many of them have Democrat controllers. They have their own tax brackets. They have all of this. What I'm asking...
But it's from
hang on, bro. I'm asking specifically if you can address my point for the Midwest specifically.
The effect on the GDP...
Folks, let me know in the comments, 0 to 10, 10 being the most, how annoyed would you be so far in the conversation with this idiot? Like, I've never seen this Parker fellow before, but he does not understand nearly enough to be really talking to, especially someone who's twice his age, about these subjects, because he clearly doesn't even understand it. All right, and he keeps referencing all this stuff, like he's not listening to Andrew Wilson's question at all, and he's talking about all this other stuff instead of exactly what Andrew Wilson is referencing. I mean, if you ask me, it's basically an ingrained tactic on the left that I see. I mean, sometimes on the right, but mostly almost always on the left, especially in the last 10 years, is that when you try to have a conversation, they're just going to redirect it. Oh, well, I'm talking about crime. Oh, you're racist. Oh, well, I'm talking about protecting women's sports. Oh, you're transphobic. They will always try to twist the conversation and the evidence into something else instead of responding directly to what I'm talking about, and at least trying to disproving that
Now we can
before
get
moving
Kings.
on to something else. And he's just trying to talk over Andrew Wilson over and over. I would be so annoyed in dealing with this idiot kid. But yeah, if you ask me, he has no idea what he's talking about so far. But I'm curious to see where this goes. Leave a like. Let's get back in.
According to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act,
Which has what to do with my point, Parker?
1.9 trillion is not justified, given that it only added
Has nothing to do with my point.
$1.9 trillion of spending is the overall country spending this, and then it only added 28 billion per year.
Okay,
right,
Parker, first of all,
okay, that's very low.
He
Very
muted
low
me.
ROI, right? Very low. So why would we use the money to do this rather to invest in other things in the economy?
Okay, so Parker, you still aren't actually addressing my point. When you're specifically looking at
Answer my fucking question.
well,
or
you're
I'm
not
gonna make
answering
you
to
answer the
mine.
question.
You don't get.
Oh, you're so mad.
You're
wanna answer the
you're
question?
refusing to answer mine.
Do you need a Kleenex, Andrew?
Bro, why are you not answering to mine?
I addressed it.
Okay, how?
The economic growth that specifically comes from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is minuscule to the amount of money that we put into spending for it. So if you want to put money into investments, put money in investments that give you better ROIs than 0.04%.
Yeah, okay.
Due to 1.9 trillion.
Parker, that doesn't address that doesn't address my argument, Parker.
I addressed it. I addressed it directly.
You're still spurging, bro. You need to calm down. Stop spurging.
No, listen, I was looking at the economic growth specifically from
Yeah,
the tax
that's not.
cuts.
That doesn't address my argument, Parker.
It does.
Okay, how does that? How would that address my argument, Parker?
Yeah, because it references the economic growth that comes from the tax policy that you referenced.
Yeah, but you're talking about the national GDP. The national GDP is not going to directly address the Midwest because each state has its own economy. So you could have two states, for instance, that could sink the GDP based on certain. Parker, it's my turn.
I'm talking about the effect of the
Parker,
policy,
why
so
won't
I'm
you
not
let me talk,
referencing
Parker?
other effects.
Why won't you let me
You're
talk?
dumb.
You're still
You're dumb.
spurking.
I'm talking
Oh,
about
now we're getting into
other
insults.
effects that you're referencing. I'm not counting those because I'm only referencing.
Now we're gonna insult Parker. You're gonna insult.
I'm only talking about what comes from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Okay, so I'm not referencing any of the other impacts on the economy. I am specifically looking at a paper from a liberal and conservative economist that highlights the effect of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. You are not.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with my argument, though.
That has everything.
It has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with it. Parker, did I? What? Parker, stop spurging. Calm down, so we can have a conversation here.
Andrew, you don't have.
You're still spurging, bro. You're still spurting.
You're deflecting.
You're screaming at the top of your lungs. Calm down, so that we can talk, bro. You're spurting. I'm trying to give you the argument.
Are you with us?
Then why won't you let me speak, Parker?
I am letting you speak.
Okay,
Just
great.
not
So,
acknowledging my point.
yeah, because you can't move and deflect from what my argument
I'm not
was.
deflecting, genius.
You asked why. Okay, did you ask me why I was voting for Trump?
I did.
Okay,
You
and
said
did
specifically the benefits from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in terms
For
of
what?
the Midwest.
Yes.
Midwest growth.
Yes.
What you're not acknowledging is that the Midwest is a part of the United States.
Oh no, Parker, I didn't know that. Is the Midwest part of the United States, Parker? I had no idea.
Did you know
I had no idea, Parker.
Also, other manufacturing in the United
Yeah,
States.
it doesn't address my
When I look at the
argument,
national
Parker.
GDP,
Doesn't address
when I
my.
address the national
He just
GDP
mutes
growth,
me.
it does address your argument because it looks at the overall effect of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
You're like an
Also,
NPC,
who's
bro.
yelling Right now, you're fucking screaming into the mic.
No, you are,
The
bro.
effect
You're
of
an
tax policy.
NPC.
You have no understanding
NPC.
of economics. I'm quite
NPC.
literally right now citing a paper.
Oh my effing god, folks! Is this Gen Z? Is this the woke new Gen Z? For crying out loud! He still has not acknowledged the point that all of that is national wide, and Andrew Wilson is talking about the economies of in a specific area. Very simple, very simple. That was the original point that was made in the beginning. And this, like everything this kid, again, the woke left, everything this kid is accusing Andrew Wilson of, oh, he's gaslighting, oh, you're deflecting. No, he is. He's telling you all of the things that he's doing because he has still not answered Andrew Wilson's original point, and he's trying to misdirect it into meaning something else. No, like this is what I can't stand when people refuse to actually listen to what precisely I'm, or who you know, whenever you folks are talking, exactly what you are saying. And they try to pretend that you're talking about something else by making something else the focal point. No, that's not what I said. That's like, do you even understand sentences? Like, what is the subject of a sentence? Wow, folks. Like, Andrew Wilson is just laughing at the kid, because what else are you going to do at this point? He's muting him to just talk over him. He's just trying to dictate and own the conversation and not actually debate points. Like, he's just trying to shut Andrew Wilson down. If this is Gen X, I mean, folks, the social media brain rot is equal this on the woke left. Folks, God, absolutely insufferable. Like, I thought David Pac-Man, Destiny, like some of them folks were the worst. Like, we may have a new runner for the lead of absolute worst, insufferable woke idiot leftists. Folks, let me know if you agree in the comments with that and what you thought about what Andrew Wilson had to say to this woke ass TikTok influencer Parker, who's an absolute prick. Take care, like and subscribe. Thanks.
Yo, what up, boys? So, it has been a couple of days since I uploaded my presumably last video. And at the time, I wasn't lying. Because I had the worst 2 days of my life. It sounds like I'm overreacting. And I can understand why you guys would think that, because you don't have access to all of the information. Well, today, I'm going to bring you that information. And I'm going to tell you something that 99% of the community is not aware of, including Blizzard. We have to start from the beginning. Throughout the period of time where I've created videos, I've received these threats either in-game, through YouTube, through Discord, or through my WhatsApp. But none of those threats faced me, because I know, as well as you guys know, that those are just empty threats. In fact, it wasn't any of the threats that I received. It was the threat that I didn't receive that scared the living shit out of me. All of this was brought to my attention by a guy working within the industry himself. This Swedish guy is running 6 bots on the EU servers. He's running 5 of them on hardcore and 1 on Arrow. This guy reached out to me in-game and said, I want to show you something that will make you really angry. I accepted his call on Discord and he started streaming his Discord back to me. He was extremely nice, he was very well spoken, and he explained to me that he's making almost $2,000 from running these 6 bots every single month. He's paying about $100 for subscriptions and then a little bit more for the electricity, and he's running everything locally on his machines. This means he has 2 computers, one which he's gaming on himself, and then one standing next to him with a secondary monitor where he can monitor all of his 6 bots.
Well done, adventurer.
He found my videos very hilarious because he said he would never fall for it personally. He will never die to the methods that I'm using because he's actually able to manually take over control of the bots immediately if he sees something fishy goes on his other screen. Now this nice Swedish guy, he didn't reach out to me because he wanted to show me his own setup. This guy reached out to me because he wanted to show me the Taiwan botting Mafia setup. He explained to me that these guys are not only botting in World of Warcraft. These guys are botting in Path of Exile, Diablo 3, Diablo 4, Last Epoch, New World, Pokemon Go, some Star Wars game that I haven't heard of, and a bunch of other games. We want to focus on World of Warcraft because that's our game of choice and that's really what we have interest in. He explained to me that this botting mafia is not running 4 bots or 6 bots. They are running 12,000. Wrap your head around that this Swedish guy is making about $2,000 after paying subscription and electricity bill. You can only imagine how much money these guys are printing. And that's in World of Warcraft alone. You have to understand they're running this in 10 other games as well. He also explained to me that these guys are not only running their bots locally. That means they are using warehouses, but they also utilize the cloud. If they are botting in Europe or if they are botting in America, they are using the cloud in that specific data center, so the bot is actually running within Europe region. That means that they don't get fucked over by the ping. This also explains why most of the hunters that we saw, at least in the beginning of my crusade, they all had Chinese names. So the bot actually looks like it's from Europe. If Blizzard were to check the IP address and where it's connected from, it's most likely in a data center somewhere located in Europe. But the bot is being operated all the way from Taiwan. Now, this is not rocket science. You can probably figure this out. If you thought about it long enough, you would probably come to the same conclusion. However, what I'm going to tell you now blew my fucking mind, and I have goosebumps just talking about this. This botting mafia is splitting their bots up to one pack of 1,000 bots. This basically means they have 12 times 1,000 bots. They have a private developed software, private developed botting software, and they are making 12 different versions of this software. That means they are not identical. They mutate it and modify it in such a way that it looks like 12 different versions. Whenever Blizzard's Warden system detects a botting software, it's removing them within a ban wave. This means every 4 to 6 months, maybe 1,000, which is only one out of the 12 packs that the botting mafia is running, is getting banned. And this explains why we as the community, when we see there's a ban wave, Blizzard comes out and they say, oh, we banned 33,000 bots. They're like clapping in their hands and we're like, oh great, now I can go farm again. And then you go to the location that you want to farm and the same 6 bots that you've seen there 8 times, they're still there. They're still there. And you're like, wait, didn't they just say that they had a ban wave? Why are these guys still here? That's the explanation. These guys, when the Warden detects a botting software, it only removes that particular botting software. But the 11,000 other bots, they are still running. And here's another crazy part. The botting mafia knows this, that every 4 to 6 months, a ban wave rolls out. This basically means that they have already prepared 1,000 new accounts and also a brand new version, a new mutation of the previous software. And those same bots that just got banned, the new ones are up and running that very same day, if not the day after. This is fucking insane to me. This basically means that out of their entire operation, every time there's a ban wave, they are only getting hit by 10% of their WoW bots. 10%. Now remember what I told you earlier. These guys are not just running bots in World of Warcraft, but in 10 other games. That means whenever Blizzard rolls out a ban wave, actually only 1 to 2% of their entire botting operation is being affected by that ban wave. And the very next day, it's back up and running. This is fucking incredible. And it basically explains that Blizzard are doing something. I am not the one to say that they're not doing enough. But what we are observing, whenever we see a ban wave and we see the same bots running around right after the ban wave, and we're like, what the fuck? Why are these guys still here? I thought they banned them. That's the explanation. Blizzard are banning someone, but they are only hitting one part of the software. The 11 other mutations of that software is still up and running. Now let's get to you guys' favorite part. I'm terrible with math, so it's not my favorite part, so I will probably get something wrong, but we need to break down the numbers. If 6 bots is able to make $2,000, that's the information that we got from this Swedish guy, then one bot is able to make a little more than 300. If you've watched my videos, you know that I like to downplay things. I want to make sure that we are on the right side of things. So let's say that we remove 20 to 30% and one bot is actually only making 250. That way we know the bare minimum of what they're able to produce. Then we take that number, we times it with 12,000. That's $3 million. $3 million. And that's only from the World of Warcraft bots alone. Remember, they're botting in many other games as well. Now, of course, there's some operation costs here. There's maintenance of machinery, there's subscriptions to World of Warcraft, there's subscription to the cloud service that they are running when they are running bots in the cloud, either in Europe or in North America. So let's just remove 1 million, just to be on the good side of things here. That is still a $2 million profit from running bots in World of Warcraft alone. Wrap your head around that for a second. Now you have a rough idea of how much money these guys are making. And that's why I got fucking scared. Because if they are making $2 million just running World of Warcraft bots, ordering a hitman to fuck me up would be equivalent for them to purchase a sneakers. That's how much money they're making. And the first thing that I thought about whenever I was thinking about a botting mafia and compare it to something else, I was thinking about a drug cartel. So this is a crazy thought, just bear with me for a second. If you're producing coke all the way up in Eastern Plague Lands, and you want to sling that shit all the way down in Tenaris. Let's say it costs $10 for a gram up here and $80 down here. The reason it costs $80 down here is because you have to transfer it all the way through Western Plague lands, into Hinterlands, Arathi, Wetlands, go to Loch Madan, go to Dulmarok, Searing Gorge, Burning Steps, get to Stormwind, and then you maybe sail it from Stormwind all the way to Steamweedle Port. Crossing all of these borders, there's a lot of risk involved. The police wants to fuck you up. You're also dealing with very dangerous people doing these logistic and distribution things that there's money involved. All of the middlemen alongside this road, they want to get some money. The guy who's fucking selling it from Stormwind to Steamweedle Port, he wants something as well. That's why it sells for $80 down here. You have a very big chance of getting into jail for 10 years. You have a chance of dying doing this. There's a lot of risk involved. Why would you ever risk running a drug cartel when you can just run 12,000 bots in a video game and no one will ever give you shit? The police can never get involved in this. Blizzard is the police. Blizzard is doing a good work. I can see it from the mails that I'm receiving. They are banning people, but they are not on top of it. It's not like they're as I had the understanding in the beginning of World of Warcraft when I started playing it back when I was a kid. People were getting banned for almost nothing. You could say a slur to somebody and you would get a communication ban. So they were on top of things, but it has gotten loose now. I suppose the botting operation is just getting better. But think about it for a second. Why would you do all that risk of logistics, of selling drugs and transferring drugs, if the same people, the same type of person can start a botting operation instead? I believe that's why they call it the Mafia. Because it's the same type of person. They just changed what they're selling. And they change how they acquire it. That's why I got scared. Whenever I saw my information being leaked in there, it was not a death threat that I received, as I said. It was the one that I didn't receive. And these guys are printing money. That's why I got scared. I can understand it from the botter's perspective. I understand it from Blizzard's perspective. And I understand it, of course, from my own perspective. I don't want to be a part of it because I don't want to die. The botters don't want to stop because they're printing money. And Blizzard don't want to stop it. Of course they want to stop it, but they don't want to stop it that much because they are also getting money. And also, we do not understand the difficulty of removing bots. We see it from a player's perspective. I use 16 hours per day in this game. That's why I see the bots. But if the guys that are responsible of removing the bots are not the ones that are actually playing the game, they don't see how large a problem this really is. Because they don't experience it in the game. I believe it's important that the people that should remove the bots are also the people that actually plays the game. Now, Asmongold has a great point. I want to show this because he actually put some light onto this.
Threaten to kill someone just because your business isn't working anymore? Well, of course you do. So, like, if you have somebody that's hurting your business and you can kill them and then have the business work, well, then why wouldn't you want to kill them? Of course. Yeah, duh. That's why they do it. That's why they're threatening him. Absolutely. Yes, fucking obviously.
So exactly as a point here, remember this is taken out of context. Asmongold is on our side. So don't take this out of context. I understand why I'm getting threats. I really do. And I understand if I said this in one of my very early videos, if I would receive a ban from Blizzard, I would understand it as well. Because in terms of conduct, they say that you cannot grief other players on hardcore. I don't qualify bots as being real players, because to me, World of Warcraft is all about killing NPCs. A bot is an NPC. I'm just killing an NPC within a game, to my defense. But I understand if you dig into the terms of use or code of conduct of World of Warcraft, I'm griefing. So I understand why Blizzard would ban me. I understand why the botters are interested in killing me, because I see the amount of money that they make, and I'm interfering with this. And of course I can understand it from my own perspective why I would withdraw myself from this situation, because I don't want to fucking die. And these guys that are getting death threats, they have security. I don't have, I can't afford security. They have, like, if you take an A-list celebrity, like one of these musicians or a movie star, they have like a 4-meter fence around their compound. Do I look like a guy who has fence money? I can't afford that shit. But what actually got me to upload another video was this thing coming up right here.
In 2019 and 2020, Classic WoW release, I made a lot of gold making content, gold farming content, investment content, and bot hunting content. I hunted down the bots like pretty much on a weekly basis and made content of it. I received threats as well. I received a couple of threats in real life, in A4 paper, pen and paper threats, in my mailbox outside. One of them was slipped under my door. I'm still here. Nothing has happened. I took it to the authorities. Nothing has happened. After that, probably somebody just like sent a mail. I can send a mail right now from here to like Belgium.
And he talks about, continue on talking about this situation of him receiving threats. And it has gotten even closer to this guy because they were at his store. They were slipping a paper underneath his door. He received death threats in his mail, meaning that his information, he has also been doxxed. His information is out there as well. I realized apparently it's not difficult to just gain anyone's information nowadays. The crazy thing is that these botters, they had my old email. When I went to elementary school, the mail that I was using back then to create my Skype, my MSN, and my WoW account, as well as some other things, they had that email. I had forgot that email even existed. This was mind-boggling to me. When I saw that email address, I was like, holy shit, I used to have that email. How the fuck are they getting this information? But apparently that's not difficult. That's a whole other topic to talk about security. Like, I don't want to get into this stuff. That's for someone else to talk about, not me. This last thing that Asmongold said is also extremely important. And that was the tip of the iceberg for me that said, I have to come back to this. I have to make more videos about this. I cannot put my tail between my legs and run away whenever this shit happens, because it happens to basically everyone. Watch this.
It's really sad. Yeah, obviously it makes sense why people would be doing this. I get death threats every day. People, and it's a very good way of getting people to not talk about things or not do things, is that, well, we're going to threaten to kill you if you do it, and a lot of people just don't care about it that much, and so they say, all right, I just don't want to deal with this, right?
Asmongold gets death threats all the time. I probably believe that he gets it daily. And he still lives in the same house. He does the same thing. He eats the same thing. He wears the same clothes, and nothing has ever happened to this guy. He does have security money, but I don't believe that he's spending those money on security. So if he's not scared, and if the other YouTuber's not scared, then I shouldn't be either. It's not just YouTubers and guys from Twitch who is getting death threats. You remember this guy that I was talking about in the beginning? The Swedish botter. Now, he said this to me during our conversation. The only reason I lurk in this Discord is to make sure I stay off their radar. Because trust me, they want me more than they want you. And this was the guy who showed me that they have my sensitive information. This guy's afraid as well. This means that both sides of the coins are getting death threats. Now, I want to round this video off because it's already far too long. And I want to round it off on this note. Don't go to your favorite streamer in OnlyFans and say react to this and react to that. You have to remember that some of the people from OnlyFans, they knew a fresh hardcore server would come out before it came out. And also Grubby and a few other streamers has said that they were paid by Blizzard to play for the first few days of the hardcore server. You could imagine that they are contractually bound to not talk about this stuff, because what I'm telling you is very negative stuff. And it's not going to create good PR. These guys from OnlyFans, they are playing the game for fun. They do not want to talk about negative stuff. Respect it, okay? I respect it, and I understand it. And most of these guys are probably contractually bound to not talk about it. So don't go after the OnlyFans streamers and say, why do they ignore this problem? They ignore it, half of them, because they are only playing the game for positive vibes. And the other half is probably contractually bound to not talk about it because they were paid by Blizzard to play for the first couple of weeks here, or the first couple of days of the fresh hardcore server. Now, the last word is this. I'm not going anywhere. I shouldn't have, in the beginning, put my tail between my legs and run away whenever things get sour. The show goes on, baby, and we're gonna fuck these guys up.
QuickBooks Solopreneur, keep your finances organized year-round. Move from books to taxes seamlessly with visibility into potential deductions so your one-person business is always ready for tax time. Sign up for QuickBooks Solopreneur.
The legacy continues. All right.
my screen. It was a large oval. It's not even used in any good recipes. So let's talk about just how messed up the economy is. It's partly due to their culture of min-maxing, and it's partly due to the popularity of Warrior, which again, that's back due to min-maxing. If most people were playing other characters, the demand for the Lionheart helmet wouldn't be that high. But because half the population is playing Warriors, they all want the Lionheart helmet, the Edgemasters, the Crollblade, the Axe Woods, the Flurry Axe, the Myrmidon Signet, etc., etc. The other day, the Edgemasters were 2,000 gold a pop. In 2019, when I bought my Edgemasters, there was a guy selling them for 400 gold. And I said, would you take 300 gold, a Black Lotus, and like an Arcane Crystal? He's like, yeah, sure. Nowadays, the first Edgemasters that was found, they were up for like 9,000 gold. Because people know people buy gold. They call them swipers. And why would you try and sell it for the most you can possibly sell it for? And it took some time for the price to go down, 4,000, 3,500, 3,000. Now they're about 2,000 to 3,000 gold for Edgemasters. Things are so expensive. But not everything is expensive. There is the problem. You have a huge demand for a couple rare items, and then everything else is nothing. So let's say, you know what? I'm gonna fish. I'm gonna fish because people need that. They want their fabs, they want their stone shields, and no one likes fishing. Fishing is annoying. You have to cast a thing and wait for the splash and click the bobber, and then I'll do that monotonous task, and I'll make good money for it. Let's take a look. Oily black. 8 silver, 9 silver, 10 silver for a fish.
They can't join us.
How many freaking oily black mounts are we gonna have to fish up to be able to afford a blue sapphire? Well, these are the low-level fish, so let's just take a look at stone scale. I can't type very well on this keyboard. It's very sensitive. I don't like it. It's nothing. These are not worth anything. I can literally go kill mobs and render the gray items and skin and render that and get probably to buy this stuff quicker than I could.
Don't touch what you can't afford.
And this is because there is an army of level 20 bots farming. So if I go /Paralis 20, surely there won't be any level 20 players in Paralis. That's a high level zone. It'd be crazy out there. I found where the most of the bots were. They're actually
We can't
in the
invite
hinterlands.
anyone else.
Look at all these level 20s. And it's one of the reasons why the fish price stays so low. You just have all of these bots just constantly fishing. And here's the thing, right? So what they do is they devalue
We can't
their
invite
time.
anyone else.
It would not make any sense for me to ever fish. Because it would be time wasted. I could do something else and make more raw gold than I could possibly fish. So, okay. Maybe what I should do...
We can't invite anyone else.
...is... I will go out and I'll pick flowers. You know, I'll run around Plaguelands, and I'm gonna get so much gold because people need these herbs. So they have value, for sure. But I'll tell you this. I was out farming herbs, and you don't see them. They just don't exist. They don't exist. You're out and about, they don't exist. Because they are grabbed so fast by another army of picking flowers and mining the ore. And some of these players are actual people, real people. Some of them are. But I've seen the bot. I've seen the bots on Era riding around the same path. The same path. You know, they sometimes get stuck on the stump. Like, I've seen these bots. Bellwood, Plagueland, wherever. They're out there farming the flowers and the ore and all the stuff. And when you, a real person, gets off work and is like, okay, I want to farm towards an item or your mount or something, and you go out there, you're just like, man, there's nothing. This is barren. They're fishing, they're overfishing, they're over herming, they just it's barren out there, man. And I understand why people might feel pressured to buy gold, because it's difficult to play legitimate. And if you want to have your Lionheart Hound, because you gotta have it, when you suck, you're a noob, if you want to parse, whatever the case may be, you gotta have it. I made a video like a month ago saying that 2024 Fresh would be very different from 2019 Fresh. And I gave a bunch of reasons as to why I thought it was going to be different. First of all, the population wasn't ready yet. Era, kind of what we saw, retail, etc. Also the case in 2019. In 2019, we had the pandemic, which I think played a big role in people just staying home, playing WoW. There was a lot of things that played in 2019 that just worked in 2024, but the big one was the min-maxing in the body. And most people focused on what I said about the population they just went over their head about bonding and such. But some people did, of course, understand what I was talking about. And yeah, so how do we change that? It's a culture thing. It's a min-max culture thing. People don't have time. They don't have time. They do have money. Well, what you have most of these people are sellers.
I can't guess that yet.
I just type. Just gonna hit enter here. I'm quite positive. Maybe I'm proven wrong. I'm invited. Summoner. Would you type in chat, want to buy summon?
It's still recharging. I need a target.
That's the reality, man. That is the reality of the game. They get you coming and going. Do you think these people summoning people around the world are on one computer playing the game and on the other computer being good, helpful citizens of the game? Oh, here's the person who needs a summon. I'll summon them for gold. No.
That spell isn't ready yet.
They don't play the game. They level a warlock. That is what they do. They don't play the game. They only summon.
I don't have a target.
And then they sell the gold.
What the hell?
Players who are summoning as a sign.
I need a target.
Well, I'm not gonna go pick flowers. I'm just gonna summon. They can help them do that. But most of them are.
It's too far away.
It's just this big gold buying and gold selling.
It's
And
still recharging.
if you're buying fish,
I don't have a target.
buying fish, and then they get your gold, and they sell that gold to a gold buyer, and then the gold buyer sapphire. And so it's just, you're part of the machine. You're part of the machine, man. If I buy a summon, participating in giving my gold to the people who sell the gold to the gold buyer. If I buy fish off the auction house, that is vastly cheaper than my time would be spent fishing. I am to the gold sellers gold to sell. And their boosters, right? If we go to Maradon Mage, and we have a booster. Look at all these 60 mages. They're boosting people. And if we go Maradon 30 to 44.
Now what?
These people are not in a dungeon. No one is inviting these low levels to Maradon. No one is saying, okay, I'll take you level 40 rogue. These people are getting boosted. These people are getting boosted. Maybe these people are legit dungeon. Probably all getting boosted. Definitely these low level people are getting boosted. And how come the 31 player being boosted for 8 gold a run, whatever the price is? It's just this big machine. Whoever play the game, they're somehow participating in it. When I go indirectly, they get into the hands of the gold seller. So I might buy some and buy the cheap one, and that's the state of the game. It will never be in 2004 vanilla, and we can't even get 2019 vanilla back, where we were at least a little bit more innocent back then. Now it's just all out in the open. Gold buying is like widely accepted. It's wild. It's wild. So it's weird playing this game. Your thoughts? If you enjoyed the video, drop me a sub and a comment. Catch me live on my Twitch channel, Dwarf Lord TV, to connect with me or say hi to me in game on any of my characters. Dwarf Lord out. Dwarf Lord with savers. I'm not gonna pay for here and wait. I'll hold on to a bit of
That spell isn't ready yet.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen. So this is a video that I keep trying to make. Hopefully, well, this is going to be the last time I try to make it, like, draw. I've discovered that there's no real way for me to make this video without kind of semi-going all over the place, kind of semi-ranting. The TLDR with this video is people have been asking me to make some PvP guides. If you guys don't know, if you look up any Paladin versus X class PvP guide, I'm the only guy who ever makes PvP videos, the only guy who ever has made PvP videos. It's basically just been me and Jacoba. Jacoba's up now anymore. So people are like, yo, Paladin, get back to your roots. Tell us how to beat these classes in Classic World of Warcraft. But a lot of you are playing for TBC in the future. I have been thinking about how to beat Mage in Classic World of Warcraft. We're going to make an updated guide on beating Mage after we figured out the terrible, awful, no good things Arcane Resist does to Sheep versus Mage Combat PvP. The TLDR there is when you have about 100 Arcane Resist, Sheeps don't last 30 seconds anymore. They last 15 seconds or less, which suddenly causes the mage to not be able to generate enough mana to not lose to an endurance fighting paladin like a Holy Reckoning Paladin or a Deep Holy Paladin. However, there's a video that's been on my mind for quite some time, and that is this the tale of that video that it's a tale of a video I never made. So before Wrath of the Lich King came out, I leveled basically I leveled a Paladin to 70 and I got full Brutal Gladiator Spear, which is basically what we have here. I also leveled an A Shaman. This one I was actually playing at Wrath of the Lich King until Wrath of the Lich King made me want to puke. That's what I got a lot of my knowledge about, leveling Shaman in general. But I played Shamans back in the days as well, so it's not a big deal. But the video that I never made was my experiences taking my weird Paladin builds into the arena and actually how they played out. So, there's a bit of a background story here. Back in the day, I made a bunch of PvC Paladin theory crafting, but then I never actually played PvC because Blizzard did a bunch of stuff that just really pissed me off. I basically just boycotted PvC. However, when I came back and I played PvC and I tested out all my weird builds in the arena, what I basically discovered was that when I was paired with a good rogue specifically, my weird Paladin build ended up shitting on the meta build time. So the really scary meta builds in PvC are double rogue and
I can't cast that yet.
Terrified build is Resto Druid Warlock. Resto
Charging.
Warlock had like a 20% win rate versus Ally Rogue. I discovered that Ally Rogue is Rogue. I totally might be familiar with this. Absolutely delicious. Druid, and the reason for that is because the rogue goes off the druid, and the druid can't really do anything, right? The druid basically has to go in bear form until the warlock can get this rogue the hell off of them. You can't really run away in battle form because the druid has sprint.
I can't cast that yet.
You could run away, some weird unknown reason, like let's say
Charging.
Nature strip to stop cyclone and then the stupid road. It's not like you seal of justice on him and then it's not anyway. But what's worse is that the warlock can't really get the rogue off. The druid has to go bear form or to not die. And then the warlock can't really get the rogue off of the druid because the paladin uses cleanse tears. So the warlock has to basically fear the paladin. But if the paladin triggers the first fear, then the next fear will only last like a half duration. It'll last like 6 seconds. It doesn't really hurt the DPS of the paladin if you're running away for 6 seconds because of how long, especially only shot paladin because of how long their main sources of damage are judgment and jump and
I can't cast that yet.
the story here, I actually have meeting here with the past.
That smells ready yet.
This is an old
I don't have a
video
target.
way back in the day concerning a video that I never made. I actually have
That's still recharging.
and it has to do with how much damage can a holy shot paladin or a non-holy shot paladin.
I can't cast that yet.
Within a 15-second.
That smells ready yet.
And the reason why that 15-second
I need a target.
is
I don't have a target.
whatever. The reason why that
I can't cast that yet.
is because that's pretty much how long a paladin
Charging.
with their
I need a target.
not mobile, they can't really
I don't have a target.
It's not like your problem where you get hit with a single automatic CD, and then once mobile wears off, it's not like it takes them a second to reapply the CD. So they get about a 2-second window of the essay off the target. Shadows. Yeah, shadows, the rogue ability.
That smells ready yet.
Instantly
I need a
removes all
target.
physical resist, basically, it's not resist, it's more like a miss. Resist all spells by 90% for 15 seconds, does not remove effects that prevent shadow, so aka like Cyclone.
I don't have a target.
Here. So the moral of the story here, the rogue basically also has this like 15-second seconds of immunity. You can see that Cloak of Shadows here says it lasts 5 seconds, but I'm pretty sure there's like an improved Cloak of Shadows balance that increases this thing out to like 10 seconds. And it's not like they can't prep like two of them, right? Cloak of Shadows actually lasts a really long time, and it's one of the big reasons why Double Rogue is so good.
I want it. Let's go.
It's because it basically acts like bubble for the rogues. When this thing is active, they have like a 95% chance that spells, it says resist, but really it's miss. 95% chance that the spells are resisted. Okay, so for this, because
I need a target.
in classic WoW, see all spells have a 5% chance to miss, and they have a 5% chance to resist.
That spell is ready yet.
On every one. So when this thing says it reduces it, that increases your chance to resist all spells by 90%. And usually 5% on top of that. Every build that that's not really a problem. But the 5% chance to resist each spell in the game is still there, so it's supposed to be 95%. So what this means is that the rogue and mercenary
That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I need a target.
the paladin basically do the exact same thing. For a second. Alright, we're back. I'm gonna take a drink of water here. Perfect. Okay. So then the question becomes, how much damage does the paladin do in a 15-second DPS window? Should we use SOR to deal with vengeance? These numbers down here, I think paladin has like their spell power, you know, that's why they have a certain kind of spell power apparently. And let's find our thingy. There we go. And this is assuming you've already stacked vengeance up 5 times before you and your rogue buddy go for the
That spell isn't ready yet.
Here, the Overshot Paladin is like 11K-ish burst.
It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Few judgments, 3 seconds of auto attacks, and then we have the Holy Shot down here. And 2 Holy Shocks within a 15-second burst window. Yada yada yada.
It's still recharging. I need a target.
The druid is in bear form. The rogue doesn't attack against them. The bear form doesn't do fuck all the stuff the paladin gets. So
I can't cast that yet.
it's a combination of the
It's
rogue
still
forcing
recharging.
them
That spell isn't ready
and
yet.
the paladin
It's still recharging.
trying them out to really damage them.
I don't have a target. That spell isn't ready yet. I need a target.
It's because no good things. Druid must be druid stays in a bear. When the druid goes into a bear,
That spell isn't ready yet.
I
don't have a target.
Can't really do anything about the situation. And then once they set up their 15-second burst window, they can really burst the druid out of existence. Pretty much no problem. However, what I discovered was that the Holy Shot Paladin can actually be very good at control rogue. However, there's another Paladin build that does just as good, almost as good as the Holy Shot Paladin.
You should not be here. Slay them.
I basically found the gladiators on the classical Warcraft. Let's get out of here.
Charging.
So, since I never throw anything away, I still have
Paltry kill.
Theory Crafting Days on PVC Henhouse server, cooling server. I have a bunch of cooling videos. Check out, yada yada yada. You can see here we got various different fences for various different classes. What's this chance here? You can see the hunter. The hunter has like an insane amount of dodge chance. If they go up monkey, the hunters have a really high chance to dodge. Rogue, see, this fucking Christ, look at this, like a 35% chance to dodge or parry attacks. That's just kind of walking around, like, giggling. That's not them using evasion or anything, it's just that all their gear and their dodge chance basically goes to the sand. Right here. And a bunch of other relevant information. This is one of the more interesting ones. I basically got up off my butt and looked at how much damage everything generally does, how much healing everything does, the mana cost behind them, yada yada yada. Quick note, the Shaman Light Pulse are incredibly mana efficient, but most spells aren't mana efficient and fly. Notes, low crit chance, 8% about, tons, plus 16% cast time, and elements is minus 33, minus 88 all resistances, or just matter. Sustain is quite low, just notes, just general notes and stuff. This is the more interesting one we have to talk about in terms of power in here.
That smell isn't ready yet.
That's part of the video that I never read. Let's talk about the specs.
Charging. I need it to pass that.
There's basically 4 specs in PvC for
I don't know what to do. I need to talk. I don't know what to do.
Video to blow my nose. I got a little bit of allergies. I don't know what it is. Maybe a dust or something. Right, so the short version of what's weird about PvC curing is this. In classic World of Warcraft, all you need to do in order to kill yourself as a paladin or to effectively heal others as a paladin is a metaphor. The base healing of your holy light is so high and your HP bar comparatively is so low that on top of that, your gear actually does come with some plus healing on it. That all you need to kill to be an effective killer in Classic World of Warcraft for yourself or for others is just a damn mana bar. In TVC, if all you have is just a damn mana bar, you are hilariously ineffective.
Charging.
In TVC, you have the actions to kill yourself, to kill other people, you have plus healing gear, otherwise it doesn't work. About what it is. But all of this is here. I'll go back to later. All of this is basically showcasing what spell power does to our gear and unleashing downrank.
I can't cast that yet.
It's showing that downranking FOL with that plus
that spell's
gear
ready yet.
incredibly mana efficient.
I don't have a target.
Not very mana efficient. Nowhere near as mana efficient.
Let's start charging.
FOLs. You can see here, this is FOL, 140 mana, I need a target. 1330 base healing without blessing or light. And then over here we have the corresponding mana per heal. You see the mana per healing is getting better as we go, as we anticipated. But you'll see that the outer rank flash of light is noticeably more mana efficient. enemies also not that far up. So basically, you have to light. We have plus 3 here. The holy lights, by comparison, you can see them down here, are insanely inefficient. Compared to your flashing light, they have less than the mana healing ratio efficiency. So they're pretty goddamn awful. And then each flashing lights are very close to the amount of healing that you get from a big fat holy light. Here. You can see I got the blue tip down here where it says holy lights are quite mana inefficient. Should be used with FOLs as much as possible. Or some other seals such as wisdom. That's if you're using in general, but if you are using lights. The holy lights are really bad, flashes of light are really good. But you can't without enough plus use flashing lights.
I don't have a target.
So we'll go ahead on that in a second. I'm going to talk about the various talent builds. Alright, so we'll go over the various talent builds. And then we'll get back into why the gearing is goofy and the way it is.
Let's start charging.
So this is one talent build. I need a target. This is my product. This is the build that I'm going to use in. I think my tools have... I don't have eye for an eye. They strip out like the 3 points over here, and I think they get like an extra point. Holy shield.
That smells ready yet.
Points in spiritual focus. I burn value. I burn eye a bit more. So that's why 3 points in over here. I can't cast that. A reoccurring theme in all the
I don't have a target.
We're putting at least 30 points into the retribution tree, and if we're already that into the retribution tree, we might as well pick up Heal Command. And if we've already got 50 points into the retribution tree, we might as well pick up Eye for an Eye. The reason why we're actually putting points into the retribution tree is for
that spell isn't ready yet. Let's start charging. I need a target.
Because everyone else is having like plus 8% movement speed from their down their boots. And this is giving us 50% movement speed, which actually allows us to close in and stick on target with people that are
ready yet.
getting classic buff. Then on top of that, there is Seal of Justice. The TDC gets a bit of a makeover. So I'll read it here really fast. I'm basing this seal here to for 20 seconds, preventing them from bleeding and limiting their movement speed. Your melee strikes will refresh the seal's duration beyond This has limited their movement speed. What this seal actually does when you put it on the enemy is it reduces their movement speed to 100% of normal. 100% normal movement speed is 8 yards per second in Classic WoW. So that druid that goes to the travel form and comes like some potion seafood or that is sprinting around or something crazy like that, using like times 2 of that count or whatever, right? Slap Seal of Justice on that.
I need a target.
So when I have Pursuit of Justice on me, I'm moving 7% faster than most other classes in the game. The basement just would give any other class in the game compared to channel their boots. When I judge Justice on them, suddenly I'm moving 50% faster than them.
Ready yet.
And I learned this is actually a pretty goddamn big deal. Also reducing the chance of we hit my spell by 3% is not a thing either. And then of course we command for all the goodies of command, get eye for an eye, the seal of blood, seal of vengeance, and all that stuff. Yada yada yada. Haven't talked about seal
charging. That spell isn't ready yet.
So this is the build here that does equally as good
charging. I need a target.
Same time, absolutely on PvC. The reason for this is because this thing has Reckoning, it has Earth Defender, it has Cold Holy Shield, which is not insignificant against those stupid rogues. Even though it's only 4 charges of Holy Shield actually slaps in PvC. I wish I had that spare shot over here, but I just don't. If I'm in this thing doesn't have a good concentration for us. This isn't gonna work.
I need a target.
This build doesn't work. So I remove this. Not getting rid of stoicism, that's not happening. I guess I have to take out toughness. I can't take out toughness. I've got to put 3 points in concentration aura, like kind of sacrifice my burn eye. So the question is, what do I sacrifice for looking at this? Can I modify this from back in the day, my actual playing experience, and it's not going to work. I need 3 points right here. Improved Hammer of Justice. I could not spend duels all that much.
It's still recharging.
So, I don't know.
I can't cast that yet.
Improved Righteous Fury is kind of a lazy deal against Double Rogue. Against mages will just spell steal it off of you. Shamans will just purchase damage. Priests will just purchase damage. This is useless against a lot of enemies. It's just specifically good against Rogue. How interesting. Alright, we're stripping this out for the sake of sanity. So put 5 points here, 2 points there, 3 points there. I'm gonna put, don't put 3 points in there anymore. Oh fuck, I can't strip it out. Look at that. Damn, so I guess I have to give up Hammer of Justice. Alright, look. 5 points there, 1 point there, 2 points here, 2 points there, 1 point here, and 5 points there. Okay, cool. So we gave up Hammer of Justice, which means something after 5 point here, which is not going to be vengeful anymore. We can't keep the 10 second down. I guess we'll just leave it as is. Not a big deal. Alright, why that's super important for the improved concentration aura is because of how few points I have to focus. Improved concentration aura will have a 50% pushback immunity. It's also going a little bit Super Saiyan. Let's the damn thing. Increase the effect of your concentration aura by 50%, so 50% spell pushback immunity.
I don't have a target.
Duration of any silence or interrupt effects used against you or the effect by an additional 30%. Duration reduction does not stack with other effects. Yeah, so if we're not getting improved concentration aura, we're basically not living. Stoicism is also absolutely fucking insane.
Charging.
On any paladins that's coming this deep in front tree. Increase your resistance to certain effects. Chance your spells will be dispelled by an additional 30%. Really big deal there. On top of that, here we are using the meta gem that gets additional
Charging. That spell isn't ready yet. Charging. I don't have a target.
What makes this thing work is this. So, when the Holy Shock Paladin trying to burst on somebody in bubble, like, stop being CC'd while they're basically bursting, their auto attack timer is increased by like 100%, right? So, like, yeah, I have Holy Shock that'll do a lot of damage in that 15-second burst window. I will have Judgments that'll do a lot of damage in that 15-second burst window. But if you look over here, we had 5 auto attacks in a 15-second burst window. What the fuck? That's an insanely low amount of auto attack, especially for a class that's like 1.8 immediate spell power with one-handed weapon. That's because
I don't have a target.
So, shock paladin, shock.
I can't do that yet.
3 critical damage, or 3 crit. That's where it's increasing its damage in this theoretical 50-second burst. But where the hot paladin makes up for that is in Sacred Duty. Sacred Duty says increase the total stamina by 6%, reduces the cooldown of your paladin spell or your divine shield spell by 6%. 4-minute cooldown, 5-minute cooldown.
Let's guys ready yet. Charging. I need a target.
This mage is so bad. Fucking shittiest Novas.
Reckoning, which works different in TBC, gives you a 10% chance after being hit by any damage. I cannot cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I cannot cast that yet. It's still recharging. So, lucky enough to start your burst with Reckoning charge on you, and prepares extremely well. Sacred Duty. Really, what we're after is
I can't do that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
When you have less than 35% damage taken is reduced by 30%. Argent Defender is an absolutely insane DPS or ability increase to your Paladin. And this is why this is the Paladin that actually hoops on a double rogue. Especially if we're talking about the comp that I had a lot of success with, which was Rogue Paladin. So in Rogue Paladin, when you're fighting double rogue, they have to open up on you as the Paladin because they can't find the other rogue and or the other rogue is charging around. It's really difficult for them to see the rogue unless there's a sacrifice. So once the sacrifice doesn't have like a 10-second duration or something. She still lasts 30 seconds. See? Look at the
Charging.
One thing a sacrifice basically does is they have to sap you and they have to sap the other rogue. Sap only lasts like 10 seconds. See? Blind only lasts like 10 seconds PvC. They basically have to. Blessing a sacrifice basically makes it very, very difficult for the rogues to review at the same time. The way they get around this is just waiting until blessing a sacrifice is put down. It's long enough that they like haven't cast it, never refreshed it, maybe like a million years, making something worse out of you. But at the same time, they're basically being hunted by this stealth rogue all at the same time. So first they had to find the stealth rogue, hope the stealth rogue doesn't find them first. Then when they finally get the stealth rogue, they gotta hope that they can get past blessing or sacrifice and then first one Paladin. The moral of the story is they have a bad time and they basically have to try to first one Paladin as quickly as possible.
That's still recharging. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target.
But I want to show you how insanely durable this Paladin actually is. So against double rogue, you're actually going to have and make use of your rights to carry. Mages can spell seal this piece of crap off because you work it off you Warlock's head and dispel this thing off of you.
I can't cast that yet.
Also have the spell mechanic, which will
That spell isn't ready yet.
what the hell else is there?
I cannot cast that yet.
So,
I don't have a target.
there's nothing else to really put my talents in other than toughness. And in fact, maybe I should put it in because the toughness bonus will always be there for me when the enemy comp is. But I like taking this for touching stuff, but specifically for double rogue because it does move the needle a little bit more versus double rogue than 3 points of toughness. But I'm
Charging.
here or there. Let's just talk about this really fast. So, this Paladin has
I don't have a target.
Now, the map that's the only here is that trying to kill this Paladin is mathematically insane as if it was versus Paladin out of existence. This Paladin has a terrifying amount of HP, especially when you look at his preferred trinket choices. He likes perseverance because, he loves
Let's get this party started.
That smell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I don't have a target. That smell isn't ready yet. I need a target. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. I don't have a target. That smell isn't ready yet. I need a target.
I love training.
It's still recharging. I don't have a target. That smell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. I need a target. recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target.
Let's get this party started.
That spell isn't ready yet. I don't have a target.
Never felt so
I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging. I need a target. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
Bro, what are we doing?
Isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I don't have a target.
Keep your door unlocked.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. I need a target. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I don't have a target. I need a target. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I don't have a target. It's still recharging. I need a target. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. I don't have a target. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. I need a target. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I don't have a target. Who dares disturb my meditation? I can't cast that yet. I need a target. Sleep.
Oh my god. Please. No. Damn. GG. Rats.
I need to get closer. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. I don't have a target. recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I need a target. Charging. Charging. I need a target. I can't cast that yet. I don't have a target. Charging.